Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1, Hatching, Birth of the Void Dragon. A black shooting star flew in the middle of the day. Cling. It blinked with a quick flash. All the wizards, sorcerers, and arcane scholars sensed it as well. They felt the immense being who flew above them. A black egg fell from the sky, rumbling bam. It smacked into the middle of a forest. The countdown immediately started time until hatching 4,096 seconds. The egg is 5 meters in diameter and rumbles quietly time until hatching. 3,072 seconds. The egg is 1.2 meters in diameter. The rumbling became a bit louder time until hatching 2,048 seconds. The egg is 0.9 meters in diameter. The egg went silent. Time until hatching 1,536 seconds. The egg is 0.75 meters in diameter. A quiet hissing surrounded the egg. Time until hatching 1,024 seconds. The egg is 0.6 meters in diameter. It started smoking, and upon further inspection. The ground beneath it is the one smoking time, until hatching 512 seconds. The egg is 0.45 meters in diameter. The smoke stopped, and the egg started floating. Time until hatching 256 seconds. The egg is 0.3 meters in diameter. The egg became completely round, losing its egg shape. Time until hatching 128 seconds. The egg is 0.27 meters in diameter. The pressure is reaching critical levels. Time until hatching 64 seconds. The egg is 0.25 meters in diameter. The egg started sucking air like a vacuum. Time until hatching 32 seconds. The egg is 0.22 meters in diameter. The egg went silent, seeming to calm down. Time until hatching 16 seconds. The egg is 0.2 meters in diameter. The light around the egg started to bend. It's about to hatch. Crack. The egg hatched quietly, and the creature was born. Arid opened his eyes, and his heat was hurting. He looked around, dazed. Where am I? Happy birth, second, minute, hour, and day. A happy century and millennium. Arad Orion. A voice rang in his head. Arad looked around, surprised, touching his head to check it. Who are you? A shard of your mother's consciousness. Void dragons leave a part of themselves with their children instead of raising them. Isn't that bad parenting? Arad asked with a worried face. Not with the situation we're facing. We void dragons are on the brink of extinction. We should focus on making more babies than raising them, at least until we reach stable numbers. So my mother is already working on my siblings, he asked, lifting one eyebrow as he started into the forest. Exactly, and you should do the same. Since we void dragons start maturing before we even hatch, you should already have the basic knowledge to survive. I can't mate with other void dragons as we repel each other, and that's why we're almost extinct. On the other hand, I should look for mates from humanoids. Not all of them can bear a void dragon egg, so I should choose wisely. He muttered what was going on in his head. Don't forget, the mother's consciousness is what decides the child's personality and goals. If you got an unwilling mate, the child will hunt you right after birth. Arad looks around at the vast forest, listening to the birds chirping. What now? Should I find a humanoid and suggest it? No. You're better off hiding your identity until you build a bond of trust. From your mother's experience, mages and wizards will hunt you for their experiments. Can't I just beat them? I'm a void dragon, after all. Arad looked at the ants climbing the tree. Correction. A newborn void dragon. Even those who could level countries have got killed with combined efforts. Then what could I do now? Get stronger. Exactly. And you better find a place to spend the night inside. And speaking about your powers, let me show you. My powers? This is what other people will see when inspecting you. Astroname, Arad Orion Race, Human Class Sorcerer, Level 120, Exp 300 Subclass, Pyromancer. Stat Strength 11, Agility 14, Constitution 14. Magic 18, Intelligence 17, Wisdom 9, HP 11 MP 22 SP 12, Skills, Innate Skills, Innate Skills. Draconic Bloodline, Fire Draconic Scales, Resistance Fire Immunities, Non-Magic, Non-Estercrost. My stats are hidden. What are my real stats then? Arad asked. Look higher, but not by much. Aster name, Arad Orion, race Void Dragon, class Draconic Mage level, 1/20th, Exp 300, subclass Void Knight, stats strength 12, agility 20, constitution 14, magic 20, intelligence 20, wisdom 20 HP, 27 MP, 29 SP, 27 MP. 27 MP skills, claws, bite innate skills, void magic, the ability to use void magic to, for the elements out, void power, the ability to wield void itself, alternate form. Shifting from a draconic to a humanoid form, breath weapon, a blast of all-consuming void biology. The void dragon is alive, but not made of flesh and bones. Void eyes. The void eyes can detect magic, see in the dark, and detect invisible creatures. Void existence. The void dragon is made of the infinite void and is aware of everything in contact with it. It also allows the dragon to store items within its infinite stomach pouch, where neither time nor space exists. Void walk. The void dragon can teleport up 40 meters to a spot it can see. Resistance. All elements immunities. Time, magic, space, magic. Magic non-historic. Right now am a sorcerer. How can I use flames? You can use the void to rub the air particles together and force an ignition, but I suggest letting air inside you first before heating it. That would make me look more like a legitimate sorcerer who can conjure the elements. Arad was catching up quickly on how to use his power. Arad took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Compress it, heat it. Sizzled flames started emerging between his lips, and his hands burst into flames almost immediately. I did it. It wasn't that hard, Arad said with a big smile, but then he looked down and noticed the clothes he wore. Your mother might not have the time to raise you herself, but she made sure you got all the basics to start with. Arad was wearing commoner clothes, a blank brown shirt and pants. He had a small dagger on his waist and a sizable pouch by his side. But couldn't she drop me close to a city or something? Your egg took some time to hatch, which would reveal your identity. But don't worry, this forest is the safest in this whole continent. You won't find an easier place to start. I see. Let's get going then. Arad started walking between the thick trees, looking for any humanoid traces. It only took him half an hour to reach the forest edge. Behind it, the vast green hills glittered with the city behind them. I see it. A city, Arad pointed with his finger and a big smile on his face. Do you know what city it is? No, I only have the basic knowledge. Arad looked around. Can I sleep in the city? You will need money to pay for an inn. Your best bet to get money is killing monsters. Arad nodded. I can hear some rustling in the distance. I bet it's some humanoids fighting monsters. He turned around and walked toward the noise. Calling them humanoid is weird. Make sure to call them people. Cling clang. Get behind me. Don't drop your defense, a young man in armor shouted. He swung his sword at the goblins ahead of him. The goblins dodged by leaping around. The young man was too slow for them to be scared. The three behind him looked worried. It's your fault for wearing such noisy armor. They sniffed us out immediately. The girl wearing a full green robe shouted and pointed her small wand at the goblins. Firebolt. Crackle. A flash of red flames burst from her staff, grilling one of the goblins. Another young man pulled his bowstring. Damn it, we got too close. Pew! He got one of the goblins in the eye. I can hit their eyes from this distance, for God's sake. The last girl in their four-member team said, lifting her amulet, Begone vermins by the light of the sun. Light. Her holy symbol flashed brightly, blinding the goblins temporarily. The fighter rushed in and swung his greatsword. Clang. He sliced one of the goblins in half. One of the goblins. The rogue aimed his bow and took one of the goblins. Firebolt, the wizard, lifted her wand, and a red flash burned one of the goblins. Those vermins never end. Cast a big spell. We will use that as a cover to retreat, the rogue suggested while staring at the cleric and the wizard. Arad stood at the sideline watching. They don't seem to have noticed the shaman. That one goblin with the funny outfit at the back, is he a spellcaster? Yes, those kids will go down the moment they decide to retreat. We should help them. No, the number of goblins is great. Those two girls aren't suitable mates either. Forget it. And let them die just like this. Of course, their life is none of our business. We have nothing to gain by risking our life for theirs. I can think of it as training. I have to start somewhere. If your HP drops to 0, you will be forced back into your draconic form. Exposing your identity means you have to start over in another place. Come, don't be too scared. Let's hunt some goblins. Thud. Arad leaped out of the bushes and ran as fast as he could. Goblins, 1726. Can't detect their HP because your eyes still need to evolve. Adventurers, 4, Workforth, Novel Yulm. Doesn't matter. The girl there killed with one fire thing. Arad extended his hand. Crackle. A firebolt emerged from his palm. The goblins got surprised, and the adventurers looked back. A wizard? Rogue gasped, drew his bow. Pew! The arrow took another goblin of the senses. Goblins, 1526. It's our chance. Attack, the fighter screamed as he rushed ahead. Thud, stomping the groan, he swung his greatsword with great zeal. Clang. 2 goblins lost their life at his slash. Shield, the cleric lifted her holy symbol and created a magical shield around the fighter. Cling, clang, the goblins threw a lot of poisoned sticks at him, and the spell deflected them. Thanks, he shouted, and the cleric cried, There won't be any more spells, be careful. Firebolt the wizard there, another firebolt at the goblins, and claimed a life. Goblins 1226. Bam, Arad rushed ahead. He went even past the fighter who was supposed to take the front. Idiot, don't charge blindly. You're a wizard, as the fighter shouted. The wizard in their party noticed it. Arad wasn't carrying an arcane focus. Don. Arad's hand burst into flames as he grabbed a goblin by the head. Crackle as the magic intensified. Thud. Arad turned around and threw the goblin at the other goblins, burning them. He isn't a wizard. He's a sorcerer. The wizard shouted. Goblins 1126. Arad lifted his hands and smiled. Burn them all. His palms flashed red, sending sparks of flame everywhere. Goblins 926, Goblins 726, Goblins 526, pew. The rogue shot his arrow and took a goblin that tried to sneak behind Arad. Powerful magic, I might say, but don't forget to watch your back. Goblins 426. He's right, all of you sorcerers are just too reckless. The wizard yelled. Ray of frost, she sent a beam of cold magic, freezing one of the goblins. Goblins 326. The remaining 3 goblins turned to run away. Thud. You won't get away, the fighter shouted, throwing his sword at them. Clang. One of the goblins fell, and the fight rushed him. Pew! The rogue took another goblin while Arad burned the last one. Goblins 026, Chapter 2. A dragon's city debut, Codden Arad stood there, fire gushing from his mouth as he stared at the burned goblins. You there are all right? The fighter approached him with a worried face. From Arad's clothes, it was clear he wasn't an adventurer. He was, but a commoner. Having him join in a battle like this must be exhausting. Ka'e, the flames faded, and Arad glared at the fighter with an eldritch crimson flare bursting in his eyes. I'm fine. What about you? Arad asked. The fighter stepped back, his instinct screaming that Arad was dangerous. As expected from a sorcerer, you're bursting with power. The fighter laughed. The wizard approached them. Do you fire draconic bloodline, or are you an elemental? We're going with a draconic bloodline, Arad smiled. Yes, I do have a draconic bloodline. The rogue smiled, approaching Arad. This is the first time I saw one, a human with the might of dragons in his blood. The cleric approached Arad. Mending, she fixed a tear in his clothes. Most sorcerers become arrogant. Please don't end like that, she said with a smile. Especially those of red dragons. I heard stories about them being too arrogant to live, the fighter said with a worried face. When legends, fairy tales, and fables speak of dragons without specifying a color, when they tell of kingdoms laid waste, virtuous maidens sacrificed and valiant heroes sent home as charred corpses. Chances are that they speak of the mighty red dragons. All dragons are predators, but reds are the most voracious, consuming far more than they require. All dragons are greedy, but reds are avaricious beyond any point of reason, because they fully believe that all wealth belongs to those strong enough to take it, and that no wealth is ever enough. All dragons are prideful, but reds are narcissistic and see everyone below them, and to their credit, they have the strength to back their claims. You're a void dragon. We don't have a color assigned to us, but we're not as troublemaking as reds. Worry not. I don't have my ancestors' behavior. Arid smiled, standing tall with his chest pushed out. That doesn't seem to be the case from your stance, the fighter giggled. By the way, the name is Nigel Strongarm, a fighter, and Ramesil. Tristana Sorrowful. You can call me Triss. The wizard took a step forward. Lisa Hoppereyes. I'm a cleric serving Lathander. This one behind me is Chester Sarek, a slippery rogue. The cleric pointed behind her. Hey, don't go introducing me like that. The rogue growled. Arid Orion, a sorcerer. Do you mind leading me to the nearest city? Arid smiled, staring at the fighter in the eyes. Don't lose eye contact. Out of the four of them, he is the easiest to persuade. Of course, we can't leave you here alone. A sorcerer getting lost? I have never heard of such a thing. The wizard scratched her head. Arid approached her. I learned of my power when I was lost. She shook her head. No, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that sorcerers are known to be good trackers. On top of the magical abilities, sorcerers usually get sharper senses depending on their bloodline. In this world, there is a saying that goes like this. You would prefer a god chase your life than a dragon. Those monsters don't stop, wreaking havoc wherever they fly. The closest city is Alina. Not a big one, but it has a guild at least, Nigel said with a smile. You're right. I can't believe it only has a merchant's guild and an adventurer's guild, Tristana added. We would appreciate an alchemy guild, at least, she added. We're wasting time. Come here. Chester dragged Nigel with him toward the goblins. Here, get to work, giving him a small knife. What are you doing? Arad asked. Lisa approached him with a smile. Getting kill-proof. For goblins, we take their ears. The guild pays up based on that. Tristana stretched her arms. We are also required to burn the corpses and bury them. We don't want them to raise as undead, she stared at Arad. You're quite good with fire. Care to help us burn them? She is right. We better burn them. Of course I like burning things, Arad replied, igniting a flame at the tip of his finger. Tristana approached him. By the way, how is your MP doing? She stared into his eyes. We don't need to carry you to the city. Using magic consume MP, you lose consciousness at 0 MP. But don't worry, the magic you used doesn't consume MP, at least for now.
I'm fine. I didn't lose MP. Really?
I understand, Firebolt, but that burst you did must have consumed at least a bit. To me, it looked like first-tier magic. Tristana looked surprised, quickly taking a small book from her pocket and reading through it. Spells are divided into 10 tiers from 0 to 10. Tier O spells don't consume MP, but they are weak. Firebolt is a 0-tier spell. It only needs the latent magic in the air to function. I don't know any spells. That flame is a form of my innate power. It doesn't consume MP. Arad replied. Can you teach me some spells? Hold up, that is your innate power. Tristana walked back, surprised. Lisa approached them. We would have liked to teach you, but we can't. Spells get passed through tomes. You have to buy and use one to learn a spell. How much does one tome costs? Tristana started thinking. I haven't bought one in a while, but 0-tier tomes go for about 40 silver coins. Platinum coin equals 100 gold coins. One coin, gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Arid scratched his head. 40 silver coins? You said the guild pays you for the goblins. How much? Tristana shook her head. Not much. 5 copper coins per kill. The shaman there is worth 10. She pointed toward the pile of corpses. Chester and Nigel seemed to have collected all the ears. Tris, come burn them, Nigel shouted with a smile. I'm coming, she replied, and then looked at Arad. Want to help? Arad smiled. K.A. Don. Flames burst from his hand. Let's burn them. After burning all the corpses and burying them, the 5 slowly walked toward the city. As they approached the city gate, the guard from the battlements shouted at them. Nigel, how did the training go? And who's the new guy with you? It was exciting. We almost got killed by goblins. The guy here named Arad helped us slay the monsters. Nigel shouted with a smile, He helped you guys. Better let him in, then. Go to the guild and get some rest. The guard walked away, disappearing for a few seconds. Crackle! The massive iron gate slowly lifted, throwing dust everywhere. As they walked inside, Arad approached Nigel. Who was that? That's my father. He's a gate guard. Nigel smiled. He looks cheerful, but he gets angry quickly. Don't test his patience. Arad nodded as they approached the guild. The massive brick building seemed larger than all the nearby buildings. Welcome to hell, Chester said, kicking the door open. Chapter 3, Sorcerer's Basic Magic. As they walked inside, everyone stared at them. They recognized Chester and his party, but not Arad. Hey, Chester? Nigel, who is one behind you? Never seen his face around here. The adventurer asked with a stern face. If not for the place already looking a bit hostile, Arad would have assumed the man wanted a fight. A sorcerer, we found him in the forest. Seemed to have lost his way, Nigel replied, taking the front. A sorcerer lost in a forest? Are insane. Their senses are sharper than some dogs, the adventurer growled, standing up and staring at Arad. What is he? That's none of your concerns, Nigel replied, growling. It is my concern. The adventurer approached Nigel with an angry face. Tristana knocked on the ground with her foot. She stared back at Arad, and then at Nigel. He's a red dragon sorcerer. I would be more cautious in your shoes. Nigel turned toward her. Hey, stats are personal information. Don't go sharing Arad's like this. People should know before starting trouble with Arad, lest they get burned or he gets hurt, Tristana said, looking toward Arad. He didn't seem bothered by her telling others about his information. It was only a matter of time before they knew of your power as a red draconic sorcerer. Just don't tell them your stats, powers, and spells. Nigel, it's okay, as long as my spells and powers don't get out, Arad said, smiling. You there? No fighting inside the guild. A woman shouted from behind a counter on the other side of the room. Newcomer, please come here. The adventurer glared at her. Stay out of this? Nina, the guild receptionist, glared at the adventurer. Don't even think about it. She might be strong, I can tell from her eyes, but she is quite old, unsuitable for a mate. Nina stood from her counter, grabbed a nearby chair, and approached the adventurer with a smile. The adventurer took a few steps back. Nina, we don't have to do this. What did you say to me? It's my job to be sure troublemakers don't cause trouble here. She lifted the chair, and the adventurer pulled his sword before he could swing. She dropped the chair and sent her hand at his face. Slap! She slapped his right cheek hard enough to leave a red mark, and before he could fall to the ground, slap! She hit him on the other cheek with the backhand bang. The adventurer spun half a circle and fell on his face, shivering. And as he groaned, bam! Nina kicked his bum hard enough to send him rolling. Any more idiots wanting to cause trouble for the newcomers? She growled, staring at the other adventurer, and they all looked away, terrified. See, she's dangerous. Newcomer, your name is Arad, right? Please follow me to the counter, she said with a smile, waving her hand as if introducing the counter. Arad stared at her for a second, waving his hand with a blank face. No, thank you. I will be on my way. He turned around to leave. Everyone froze in place. Nina almost turned to stone, seeing him turn around immediately. Wait a moment, please. She rushed behind him. No, you look dangerous, and this place looks worse. My hunch is telling me to leave, Arad replied without even looking back. Hold up! I'm not dangerous! Nina grabbed Arad's hand, stopping him in his trail. Would you at least listen to me? You can listen to her. Don't worry. She doesn't seem hostile, but keep your guard. Fine. Arad sighed, and Nina's stressed face relaxed. Lisa approached Arad as Nina walked away. I know she looks scary, but she is a good person. You will come to like her soon, she said with a smile. I doubt it. She is too old for me, Arad replied, following behind Nina and leaving Lisa puzzled. At the counter, Arad faced Nina with his guard still up. So what did you want to talk about? Nina cleared her throat, putting on a smile and trying to forget that she overheard him earlier saying she was too old for him. Do you want to join the guild? We offer a lot of benefits, she said. Like getting slapped for speaking, I don't need your benefits. Arad immediately responded, causing her to gasp, her soul almost cracking. Nigel and his party stared from a distance with worried faces. No, that's a different story. The man was trying to bully you. A newcomer, she said, shaking her hands, almost unable to form words. I didn't ask for your help. No one did, and you're the one who lifted a weapon first. You're far stronger, yet you started. That bullying itself? Arad wasn't going easy on her. Thud. A hand landed on Arad's head. Kid, give Nina a break. When Arad looked back, it was a blonde woman with a smile. She is also a no-go, strong yet too old. And you are? Arad asked. A friend of hers from the old days. Don't give Nina a hard time. She is a barbarian, after all, the woman replied. Anger and violence come with the class. I doubt she has a choice in it. You're a fire sorcerer. If you join the guild, I can teach you how to use your powers, the woman said, puffing her chest. Arad glared at her. Very well. He turned toward Nina. I would like to register. Nina, get his papers ready. I will take him to the training ground for some fun, the woman said as she dragged Arad away. Wait, I need his full name, Nina called, and the woman looked at Arad. Arad Orion, a human draconic bloodline sorcerer. Nina rushed toward them with a crystal ball. Please touch this. Do it. Don't worry. Arad touched the ball, and Nina smiled, rushing away. She took your stats, of course. I showed her the fake ones. The woman then dragged Arad to the training ground where all the adventurers gathered to watch. My name is Amber Burnhills, and like you, I'm a fire sorceress. But unlike you, I don't have a draconic bloodline. What I have is an elemental bloodline, she said with a smile, flames leaping from her hands. Fire is an element, Arad replied. There are creatures we call elemental, beings made of elemental energy. A fire elemental got involved in my family, even though I can't imagine how painful that was. She giggled. So what were you going to try and teach me? Arad asked. Do you know any spells? She asked. No, but I can control flames, Arad replied. Do you need a brazier? She asked again. A lot of questions. Arad opened his palm, and a gust of flames burst out. I can create my flames. Amber smiled. That makes things easier, she looked back. But you still need to buy spell tomes if you can afford them. You should only be able to use fire element, so don't bother with spells from other types of magic. There is a way to get a second element, but you must level up for that. She opened her palm, and a gust of wind rushed upward. And be utterly talented. Only 1 in 1,000 people is a sorcerer, and only 1 in 1,000 sorcerers can unlock a second element. All the adventurers glared at her with suspicious eyes. She was boasting. You're a void dragon and can use the void to conjure all the elements. Don't show her that you can do that. I understand, and if that was the case, I don't care about hearing about something I can't attain, Arad replied to Amber, causing her face to flush red. As everyone went silent, Arad looked at Amber. What matter is what I can do now. I can deal with the future when it comes, Amber sighed. Fine, for a young adventurer, you have some words in you. She lifted her palm, pointing at a nearby training wooden pole. Firebolt, a flash of red flames rushed from her palm. Ka-e-dan. It exploded at the pole. This is a 0-tier spell called Firebolt. It doesn't cost MP, as the residual mana in the air is enough. For spellcasters, this is a stable form of sustained damage. Amber opened her palm again, and a red flame emerged from her hand. "Why did you cast it a second time?" Arad asked. "Spells have refinement levels. That was the second refinement of Firebolt." Amber rested her hands on her hip. "Usually, a first refinement Firebolt deals 1 to 12 HP of damage, but a second refinement does 212. It's more reliable and costs nothing extra," Amber explained. But Arad looked at her with a weird glare. "How did you know the numbers?" Amber looked puzzled. "Of course, experiments on monsters. We take a monster, tie him up, and apprise his HP with an orb like the one Nina used on you. Then we hit him with a firebolt to see how much HP he lost. We repeat that around 100 times to get an average number." Arad glared at her. "You torture monsters? Mages even experiment with slaves. What is the problem of testing on a man-eating monster?" She looked at him with an empty face. "This is why mages are dangerous. Don't reveal your true self until you're sure you can kill them and fight for your life. The damage for the refinements is 112, 212, 312. Now let me show you another thing." Amber lifted her palm, and a blue firebolt rushed ahead. Kabam! The explosion didn't seem different, but the pole had more burns. Fire spells have 3 levels: red, blue, and white. At each one, the power of the spell increase. Amber smiled. Level 1, R1, 1 through 12. R2, 212, R3, 312. Level 2, R1, 336, 24. Level 3, R1, 336, R2, 636, R3, 936. To learn a spell, you must read a tome. The book then will turn to ash. To refine a spell, you must use it, and it also depends on your intelligence. The requirements at 4 intelligence, level 1, R1 at 6 intelligence, level 1, R2, Nouvel. Out 82, R2 at 14 intelligence, level 2, R3 at 16 intelligence, level 3, R1 at 18 intelligence, level 3, R2 at 20 intelligence, level 3, R3 at 16 intelligence, level 3, R3 at 16 intelligence, level 3, R3 and Ertz. Name: Arid Orion, race, human class, sorcerer, level 120, Expiz 7300, subclass, red draconic bloodline. Stats: strength 11, agility 14, constitution 14, magic 18, intelligence 17, wisdom 9, HP 11, MP 22, SP 12. Skills: innate skills, draconic bloodline, fire, draconic scales, resistance fire, immunities. Non-magic firebolt, level 1, R1, and Stark's R. I added a fake spell based on Amber's explanation. We need to get a tome as soon as possible. Just use it and say it's an innate ability for the time being. Always remember, within the confine of your fake states, you can achieve level 3 R1. But with your void attributes, you can reach level 3 R3. "Is this all?" Arad asked. "No, try it first. Let's see if you can do it." Amber smiled. She pointed at the pole and grinned. Arad nonchalantly lifted his palm Ka-Edan. A red flash blasted the pole. Firebolt, level 1, R1, Ka-Edan, Ka-Edan. He threw 2 more just because he could. Amber stared at him with her mouth slightly open. It was then that Arad noticed all the adventurers watching in horror. Mages usually can only cast 1 spell every 5 seconds, but you used 3 in 1 second. "What kind of power is this?" Amber gasped. Hooray, the adventurers cheered, screaming and flailing their weapons. "What a talent! Such a powerful sorcerer joining our guild is a blessing." One of them shouted. He was the same adventurer who earlier almost started a fight with Arad. "I should have warned you to use one only now. The adventurers see you as 15 times faster than normal wizards and mages." Arad sighed. There is no way for him to reverse what happened. "What now?" he asked, looking at the still puzzled Amber. "Yes, I can teach 2 more spells to see if you can use them innately," Amber said, and then lifted her hands and took a stance. Ka-don! Her fists got covered in flames. You can punch like this. It will deal fire damage in addition to your punch damage. Amber swung her fist, and the flame faded. It fades after one strike, but you can always recast it for free, she said, awaiting for Arad to mimic her. Arad lifted his fist, took a deep breath, and slowly went into a stance as his fists burst into flames. Ka-don! Ka-don! Arad threw 3 punches as fast as he could. The flame didn't fade from his fist, and due to the quick throws, a small shockwave generated around him. Bam! His punches were that of an amateur, but the magic power behind them made them fearsome. The adventurers who could block him are numerous, but no one wants to try. Everyone watched in silence. Arad's arms were still on fire. The magic was supposed to fade after one strike. Your magic won't fade away? Amber asked. She is right. Your innate flame won't fade until you want it to fade, but tell her that you're just reapplying the spell. I'm just reapplying the spell fast enough to keep up. It's honestly quite exhausting. Arad flame faded. It's better for her to think that you have limitations. This spell's fire damage is similar to Firebolt, but it has the additional damage of your punches. I don't know much about punches. A monk or a fighter should be able to explain them better than I. Amber sighed, quickly telling Arad about the spell refinements. Level 1, R1, 12, R2, 212, 3312. Red flames the punch damage. Level 2, R1, 2, 24, R2, 424, R3, 624. Blue flames the punch damage. Level 3, R1, 336, R2, 636, R3, 936. White flames the punch damage. Ends Extarch. Magic Firebolt. Level 1, R1, Fire Fist. Level 1, R1, Askar. Amber looked at Arad with a dead face. There is also a spell called Fire Kick. She did a weak kick with her foot engulfed in flames, Ka-don. As usual, the same fire damage, but with the damage of the kick added at the top. Arad looked at her. She looked dead inside. Her pride must have been damaged. A young sorcerer displayed more talent than she had after all. Arad took a stance, Ka-don. He did one kick spinning for the second, Ka-don, and as he went for the third one, he slipped and fell on the ground. Arad wasn't faking it. He couldn't do 3 consecutive kicks because using his legs and spinning had messed up his balance. He might be strong, but he lacks skills. Are you all right? Amber rushed at him. Arad scratched his hip. Yeah, it wasn't a hard fall. I do need to practice my moves. He growled, and Amber smiled. Keep it in mind, if you got hurt, don't hesitate to ask for healing in the guild. She helped him stand, and he looked fine. As I said before, same fire damage and added the kick damage. Nina should have finished your registration. Let's go and see her. Arad nodded. He can practice later. We still need to find a place to spend the night in. Level 1, R1, 12, R2, 2012, R3, 312, red flames the kick damage. Level 2, R1, 2024, R2, 424, R3, 624, blue flames the kick damage. Level 3, R1, 336, R2, 636, R3, 936, white flames the kick damage. Asterisk Magic Firebolt, Level 1, R1, Fire Fist, Level 1, R1, Fire Kick, Level 1, R1, and start Chapter 4. Becoming an official adventurer, Arad and Amber headed back into the guild, surrounded by the adventurers' gazes. She was used to it, but Arad was slowly getting on edge. Calm down. The adventurers are just a bit surprised at your power. This treatment should end soon as long as you keep it low. Tristana, who watched the training, rushed toward them, panting like she was running a marathon. Arad, what was that speed just now? Is it the same thing that you did at the goblins? Arad remembered it. He did cast a lot of firebolt there. In reality, he has cast them at the same time. That would be far more abnormal than just being fast. Yeah, I'm quite fast, he giggled while scratching his chin. Tristana stared at him. The might and arrogance of the Red Dragons. It doesn't come from empty claims. Sorry, girl. Red dragons aren't this stupid right after birth. Voids are far more fearsome. Amber looked at them, smiling. But seriously, how powerful can you get in the coming years? She looked at Arad with a wry smile. I hope you don't start spamming Fireball like that. Arad looked at her. I don't even know what a fireball is. Amber, bring him over here. Nina called them from behind her counter, and all the adventurers opened their ears to listen. Everyone in the guild was interested to see the new guy's stats. Who is this new raw talent that appeared out of nowhere, and what can he do? Amber looked back at them. Nina, get the private room, otherwise I might set the place ablaze. She had noticed Arad's face twisting. He might be strong, but having everyone's attention was still hard on him. The adventurers looked noticeably disappointed as they sighed. Arad and Amber followed Nina to the private room. As they reached the door, he stared at Amber. What? Don't want me here? She said with a smile. Nina smiled. I suggest letting her in. It doesn't matter how much talented you are. You need a mentor. It will be best to have someone to look up to and use as a baseline. No, I don't have a problem with her being around, Arad replied as they entered the room. Inside the room, Nina presented Arad with the same orb from earlier. I finished your registration, but there seems to have been a problem with your stats. The orb must have incorrectly detected them since I did the appraisal on the fly. So you want to reapprise him again? That never happened before, Amber said with a puzzled face. Arad stared at them with questioning eyes. Nina smiled. It doesn't happen a lot. The reason is usually violent magic inside the person, like what sorcerers have, or state tempering. This is bad. They must have noticed that I modified the stats. Whatever you do, don't touch the ball again, unless get Amber to touch it first. I will use her stats as a base to modify ours. Please touch the orb again so we can get your stats. This time I will do a slow appraisal. Nina said with a smile. Arad looked at Amber. You can hear to see my stats, right? Amber smiled. Of course, I want to see what talent you have. Arad smiled. Then let's see your stats first. I do want to know how sorcerer's stats look. Amber smiled, blushing. You know, you little perv, that, like asking to see a woman naked. Arad gave her a blank face. You want to see mine, so I need to see yours. Otherwise, I'm not getting apprised. Nina stared at him. You can see mine if you want. We need a sorcerer's stats, not hers. Arad stared at her. No, thank you. Nina turned to stone, cracking at being refused instantly. She started twirling her finger on the ball, almost crying. Of course he doesn't want to see mine. I only have Berserker, unfiltrated rage, undying carnage. She mumbled with a sad face. Amber immediately touched the ball. Fine look, with a flash of light. Her stats appeared. Ass name, Amber Burnhill. Race, human class. Arcane sorcerer level, 1320s. XP 32,000, 47,000 subclass. Fire elemental bloodline. Stat strength, 11. Agility, 11. Constitution, 14. Magic, 17. Intelligence, 16. Wisdom, 12 HP. 143 MP, 27.9 SP, 136. Skills, Font of Magic, 13 charges. Careful Spell, Empowered Spell, Twined Spell, Fire Elemental Bloodline, Fire Sense, Fire Breathing, Fire Affinity, Fire Incarnation, Elemental Presence, Resistance, Fire Immunities, Non-magic cannot be detected without mind-reading magic, and looking magic. Looking at one. Impressive, but still can't reach the height of void dragons. I will use her as a baseline. Arad smiled. Now then, let's see my stats. He lifted his hand and gently touched the ball. Asked name, Arad Orion Race, Human Class, Sorcerer Level, 120 Expev 7300 Subclass Red Draconic Bloodline Stats. Strength, 11 Agility, 14 Constitution, 14, Magic, 18, Intelligence, 17 Wisdom, 9 HP, 11 MP, 22 SP, 12, Skills, Innate Skills, Fire Creation, Fire Control, Firebolt, Level 1 R1 Fire Fist, Level 1 R1 Fire Kick, Level 1 R1 Fire Draconic Bloodline, Draconic Scales, Draconic Brain Resistance, Fire Immunities, Non-Magic, Non-Askarst. Nina's eyes opened wide. You have spells as an innate ability? Amber stood. Hold up. Those are the ones from earlier Fire Creation. Allow you to create fire, and Fire Control allows you to control it. Those spells are from those. Arad smiled. I use Fire Creation and Fire Control to create them. They aren't actual magic. Amber shook her head. To mimic magic with your innate power isn't easy. Nina looked at the stats closely. Your magic intelligence both surpass Amber's, but I still can't see that creating such an effect. Tell her it's the draconic brain, and add that it's why you can cast faster than normal. Arad looked at them and took his hand off the crystal ball. It's the draconic brain. It also allows me to cast faster. Nina and Amber stared at each other. This was the first time they saw such ability. Draconic brain? Does it mean that Arad has a dragon brain? The two thought. Well then, let me give you your guild card. Please use it carefully. Nina handed him the card with both hands with a smile. Why? A replacement will take a month. You won't be able to take quests in that time, she replied. You just prepared the card in under an hour. Issuing a replacement shouldn't take longer than that. Are you joking with me now? Arad glared at her and curled back into a ball. Amber grabbed his head. This draconic brain of yours is a bit annoying. If a guild card is missing or damaged, they will investigate its location and authenticity. Arad glared back at her. Then why? I can't take quests? To prevent other people from taking quests in your name, she replied. How are you going to mistake my face? Barbarian can be a bit stupid. Nina might mistake your face. There are hundreds of adventurers in this city. You can also take quests in other towns, so it's possible to impersonate other people. Illusion magic is also a thing. Don't forget that. She stared him in the eyes. Oh, there is that as well. Arad stood. I have to go. The two looked at him. To where? I want to take a small quest and see how the system works, Arad said with a smile. Nina's face brightened as if she remembered something. The Birch Hunters left something for you, she said. Birch Hunters? Nigel and his party, since you helped them, they decided to give you half their quest reward. She took a small pouch from her pocket. 26 goblins and 1 goblin's shaman, a total of 1 silver and 40 copper coins. Your share is half, so 70 copper coins. She handed the pouch to him. Arad looked inside. He saw a lot of rusty coins. How is the pricing? 5 copper for normal goblins and 10 copper for the shaman, she replied. Amber smiled at him. Adventurers usually don't ask about the price details. Mother said barbarians aren't very smart. I had to count after her, he replied nonchalantly. Nina started looking at the ball with a dead face. Heh, my intelligence is only 7. I didn't even count the reward the accountant did. She was illiterate and mainly worked there to keep the adventurer in check using her strength and intimidation. Bam. Amber punched his head. You rude little piece of dragon talent. The rumors about red dragon sorcerers are true after all. Chapter 5. A Dragon's First Quest. Arad stood up to leave, his head still stinging from Amber's punch. He looked downstairs and then back at Nina. Say, can I take a quest now? Nina stood, of course. But I suggest you start with an F-rank quest. F-rank quest, what are they? Look at your guild card, Axtart, Arad Orion level and class sorcerer. Guild rank F rank up 0-10, reliability rank NA Axstart. The card has your name, level, and class. It also has your rank, how many quests you need to rank up, and how many you failed, Nina explained. She approached him, pointing at the card. Guild rank F. The ranks in the guild are F. Newbie Adventurer. E. Starting Adventurer. D. Seasoned Adventurer. C. Experienced Adventurer. B. Skillful Adventurer. A Masterful Adventurer. S. Super Adventurer. Legendary Heroes. Rank up 0-10. How many quests do you need to rank up? Usually you need to finish 10 quests of your rank to raise. 10 F rank is what you need. Reliability rank NA, it shows how many quests you failed. Abandoned quests also count as failed. Note that quests that fail due to misinformation don't count. Let's say your mission said to kill the goblin horde that has 20-30 goblins, yet you faced a couple of hobgoblins. That doesn't add because it's unfair. You can't under any circumstance take any quest higher than your rank unless you join a high-rank party. This rule is to prevent needless deaths. Quests like this don't count toward your rank up unless issued by the guild directly. This rule is to prevent piggybacking on stronger parties. Arad nodded, tucking the guild card in his pocket. Amber approached Arad. Another advice. What is it? He stared at her. As a sorcerer, you can cast magic without an arcane focus, but are limited to one element. That doesn't mean you won't benefit from having arcane focus. She took a small wand from her pocket. Mage staffs are for power, wands for speed, and crystal orbs for control. You better buy one as soon as you can, she said with a smile. Arad stared at her face and then at the wand in her hand. I thought you were about to give that to me, cheapskate. She clenched her fist. You rude little thing, but you won't need this. I told you wands for speed. She tucked the wand back into her pocket. You can benefit more from a mage staff or a crystal orb. She was right. Arad already has more speed than he needs. Getting more power or control is a better option. I don't have those to give you one. I only use wands. Amber sighed. You can certainly buy me a mage staff, can't you? Arad glared at her. What are you doing? I will get you a decent mage staff if you rank up in a week. How about that? Amber smiled. Deal. Arad grinned. There is chemistry between him and Amber, with them both being fire sorcerers. Don't even try. The time record is 2 months. Nina walked between them. But if you want, how about you take a quest now? Arad walked with her to the counter. As he looked around, he noticed a ragged double-bladed battle axe hanging on the wall. That axe behind you, is it for decoration? Arad asked. No, that's for emergencies, Nina replied. We need a place to spend the night. Ask her about inns. Arad nodded. Before I take a quest, I did want to ask you about the inns in the city, location and pricing. Nina reached under the counter. I can give you a map of their location, but I don't know the pricing as it changes. She gave him the map. It had a total of 7 inns. Thank you. Can you give me a quest now? Nina pointed toward one of the walls. See that board over there? It has F-rank quests. Go read them and choose. Arad thanked her and went to the board. After taking a glance, he found a lot of decent quests. Mint gathering 5 copper per fresh batch. Sewer cleaning, 1 silver and 50 copper. Brick hauling, 1 silver per day. Porter for the Demon Fang Party, 8 silver per week. Rat hunting, 2 copper per rat. It can be done with a sewer cleaning quest. Slime hunting, 5 copper coins per kill. Rabbit hunting pays depending on the kill. Missing animal, 5 silver if retrieved. This is a lot. Arad's eyes darted across the board. He noticed that kill quests are rare. Take the slime hunting. All adventurers must start with it. Why? It's weird to do anything besides it for a first quest. I know the missing animal quest is tempting with the 5 silver, but the fact it's still there means no one found the animal. Arad grabbed the slime hunting quest and walked back toward Nina. I will take this, she smiled. Everyone seems to take it for a first quest. She stamped the poster, and then pulled a paper from underneath the counter. I will try making it as clear as possible, so listen well. Nina said with a serious face, a slime is composed of two things, a flesh core in the middle and an outer layer of gooey acid. She pointed with her finger at a drawing of the monster. I see, so the problem is, the acid layer can melt your clothes and destroy weapons, kill them with magic or improvised weapons, she explained. Improvised weapons like sticks, stones, bones, or glass, anything you can grab and don't mind losing. And about your payment, let me stress this. There are two. She pulled another piece of paper detailing the slime core. When you kill a slime, there are two results, a destroyed core and an intact one. She glared at Arad. A destroyed core is worth 1 copper coin, and the intact one is 5 copper coins. I understand, he replied with a hesitant face. Kill them with magic and brink the intact cores to prove the kill, and you will get paid 5 copper per one. It's only 1 coin for a damaged core, she sighed. Are you all right? Arad asked with a worried face. I'm fine. She pointed at a stack of papers. See those? Yes. People reading those reports got easily confused once. I don't want to explain it again and again, she sighed. It's 5 or 1, easy to understand. Must be hard, Arad faked a smile. But it's worth it, Nina smiled, standing up. Come here. I will give you a service. Arad got confused for a moment, glaring at her with a strange eye. See the mint quest. If you got any mint in the forest on your way, bring it to me. I will register it for the quest. Usually you have to accept the quest first to get the reward. Nina allowed Arad to finish the mint quest without the risk of failure. Thank you. I will be going then. Arad stood heading out. Before heading to hunt, he decided to check on the inns on the map. After 1 hour of searching, he found multiple prices. 1 night with dinner and no breakfast, 2 silver coins. 1 night with dinner and no breakfast, 1 silver and 70 copper. 1 night in a room for 2 people with dinner and breakfast, 3 silver coins. 1 night with no dinner and no breakfast, 1 silver and 50 copper. Arad looked at his pocket. My budget is 70 copper coins. I need to get more if I want to sleep in a bed with a full belly. Chapter 6. Hunting Slimes Isn't Easy. Arad reached the edge of the forest quickly. Now, time to hunt slimes, he said with a happy face. Swoosh! The breeze brushed across his face. Nothing was around. Where are the slimes? I don't know. I can't sense any nearby. How am I supposed to finish the quest if there are no slimes? You have to find them. Arad started searching behind the trees and under the bushes, but no matter what he did, nothing appeared. I need 1 centurity to spend the night in an inn. That's 26 slimes. How am I supposed to find them all? He growled. Told you to search, and maybe aim for the 1 S50C inn without a meal. With that, you only need 16 smiles. Wait and see. I will get us a nice inn. He roared. Yay, do your best. After half an hour of searching, nothing appeared. Are slimes real? They are. Stop complaining. After finding a nicely rounded stone, he sat down looking at the sky. Can I see my original stats? Ectris, Arad, Orion, Race, Void, Dragon, Class, Draconic Mage, Level 120, Expev 70, 300, Subclass, Void Knight Stats, Strength 12, Agility 20, Constitution 14, Magic 20, Intelligence 20, Wisdom 20, HP 27, MPs 29, SP 27, SPs Claws, Bite, Innate Skills, Void Magic, the ability to use Void Magic 2 for the elements out Void Power, the ability to wield Void itself. Alternate form, shifting from a draconic to a humanoid form. Breath weapon, a blast of all-consuming Void biology. The Void Dragon is alive, but not made of flesh and bones. Void Eyes. The Void Eyes can detect magic, see in the dark, and detect invisible creatures. Void Existence. The Void Dragon's body consists of the infinite void. It is aware of everything in contact with itself. It also allows the dragon to store items within its infinite stomach pouch, where neither time nor space exists. Void Walk. The Void Dragon can teleport up 40 meters to a spot it can see. Resistance, all elements, immunities, time, space, magic, overvent, non-arc. Magic, 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 magic,
What? Can I use them?
Arad looked toward the forest. Of course you can, but make sure no one sees you teleport with the Void Walk. Arad stood, closed his eyes, and then opened them. He could see nothing different. I don't see any difference. That means there's no active magic, nor invisible creatures around here. Arad stood and looked into the forest. Void Walk Zon. His body disappeared in a faint purple glow. Thud. He landed beside a tree. Ah, that was amazing. Void dragons are amazing. Now look for the slimes. Arad sighed and started walking into the trees. We're going to sleep on the street tonight. I don't see slimes anywhere. To whom you're talking, little kid? A voice spoke behind him. Arad got immediately alerted. Thud. He leaped back and opened his palm. Firebolt. Firebolt. Clang. 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 The man standing tall and mighty swung his long sword faster than could be seen by regular sight. Without effort, he sliced Arad's magic. Whoa, that was fast for a kid. He smiled, staring at Arad with a smile. A drop of sweat fell on his bushy beard. He blocked our spells, even though everyone in the guild said we were too fast. He's dangerous. Arad glared at him. Who are you?
Alcott, Demorian, and adventurer.
Are you also an adventurer? He asked, approaching Arad.
Thud.
Arad took a stance. Fire Fist, he sent a punch at the man, Ka-Adan. Alcott dodged to the side. Wait a moment. Why are you attacking me? He asked, with a scared face.
Crack.
Arad took a stance. Fire Fist, Fire Kick, a punch to the face, and when Alcott dodged, he kicked at his guts. Alcott easily dodged them all and jumped away. What an impressive speed. The adventurer around here have grown stronger. He smiled. Firebolt, 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 firebolt. Arad fried at him, as fast as he could, aiming to overwhelm the strong opponent. Clang, plang, but. Alcott pulled his longsword and sliced a spell. Another and another. The speed his sword moved was inhumane. A storm of iron ripped the flame's barrage into mere sparks. Arad stared in shock. What is this monster? Thud, with a single leap. He stood behind Arad. Calm down, little kid. I was passing by. I didn't mean to scare you. Who are you? S-rank adventurer Alcott Demorian, also called the Dragon Slayer. If you heard of me, he stood proudly. S-rank? The Dragon Slayer, Arad, you can trust this man for now. But don't tell him who you are. Arad looked worried, staring at Alcott. We'll talk later. I remember the nickname from your mother's memories, but I don't know any more details. He is trustworthy to a small extent. Arad relaxed. Arad Orion, F-rank adventurer. Nice to meet you, senior. Only F-rank? The hell? Alcott gasped. I thought you were an A-rank with that speed. For a moment, I even suspected you were a new S-rank. He took a step back. Stop joking. Arad waved his hand, leaning on a nearby tree. Are you serious? Did all the adventurers there turn into monsters? Alcott was still confused, screaming with a puzzled face. I don't know about that. I just registered this morning. I'm even stuck here searching for slimes. Arad sighed. Why had he to meet such an outstanding adventurer? Slimes? Those little bastards, you won't find them by just searching. Alcott scratched his head. You will find them around bodies of water. Head in this direction, and you will find a river. They will be there? Yeah. Look under stones and logs. I hope you have a great hunt, talented kid. Alcott turned away and left without further comments, leaving Arad puzzled. After walking a bit, Alcott thought to himself, I'm sure I saw that kid teleport. Why didn't he use higher magic against me? But he quickly brushed it off as something to think about later. Now he has to go to the city and get something to eat. When Arad arrived at the river, he searched around and found a few slimes. The first one was rolling beside the river like no one business. Firebolt swash Cardon! The monster exploded, leaving a charred core behind. Arad screamed, rushing to check it. No way! It's all burned! Only one copper coin, just find another one and try again. After searching and finding another slime, Caedon. It was again charred. Maybe I shouldn't use Firebolt? Arad thought, glaring down at the gravel Nina said to use improvised weapons. Arad lifted the stones and started throwing them at the slimes from a distance, aiming to kill them without damaging the cores. It wasn't as easy as it seemed, and in the end it was a bad hunt. Good cores, 6. Damaged cores, 12. When slimes die, their acid burns their cores. To get a good core, you must immediately take the core out and wash it with water. That is why we lost a lot of cores. I don't need you to explain it. I learned it the hard way. Arad sighed, walking back to the city with a sad face. Thud. How much are those? He said, looking at Nina. 6 good ones and 12 destroyed. That's 42 copper coins, she said with a smile. And did you find any mint? She whispered. Arad's face twisted a bit. About that, I forgot. Next time, I will remember to look for it. He looked down, took his reward, and walked away. Wait, Arad, Nina called him. I'm exhausted. Leave it for tomorrow. He walked out depressed. He slowly walked across the streets, looking at the illuminated houses in the dark. After a short while, he reached the gate. Where are you going? Nigel's father asked. I have a quest outside. Open the gate, Arad replied with a sad face. Are you sure it's pitch black? How can you see? He stared at him with suspicious glares. Arad lifted his hand and smiled. I can cast flames. A little fire ignited in his palm. They opened the gate for him and he slowly went outside. It's going to be tough, he mumbled. Chapter 7, The Early Dragon Gets the Gold. After reaching the forest, Arad picked up the tallest tree in the area and slowly climbed it. This is our high-class, luxurious accommodation. We have branches, leaves, and even some spider webs. The air is frozen cold and refreshing, the best of the best, Arad said with a smile, as he formed a small bed by tangling the branches together like a chimp. You know that you can warm yourself with fire. And look, it even comes with a heating system. He ignited the tip of a branch with Fire Fist. I see. Let's work harder tomorrow. Arad sighed. For real, spending my first night without a shelter. Dragons usually sleep in forests like this or caves. You said you know that Alcott dude? What is his deal? I don't know much, only that your mother knew his title and trusted him to a moderate extent. I see, but she didn't expose her nature to him. No, she didn't. It wasn't that kind of trust. I understand. Let's sleep. I want to get back to work early tomorrow. Arad closed his eyes, dreaming about the day he could sleep on a bed. The next day at dawn, Arad headed back into the city. Did you finish your quest? One of the guards standing on the wall asked him. Noon, Vold Arad stared at the man. No, I failed it due to darkness, and then kept walking toward the guild with a determined face. Creak! Arad opened the guild door to see it empty. Most people haven't arrived yet. Arad? You're too early. Nina has just arrived as well. She was on her desk cleaning it. The early dragon gets the gold, Arad said without thinking. You mean the early bird gets the worm. Nina smiled, looking at his face. That was a line from your mother. It got integrated into you in the early stages of your maturing. Say, Nina, how many slimes do I need to kill to finish a quest? Arad asked with a serious face. At least 10. Why do you ask? Nina stopped cleaning and looked at him with a puzzled face. And what about the mint quest? Arad didn't respond and asked again. 3 batches about this size. Nina showed him with her hands. Thank you. I will be back. He walked toward the quest board and picked the mint quest, but he didn't find the slime one. "Where is the slime quest?" Arad asked with a puzzled face. "I haven't hanged it yet. Do you want to do it again?" Nina took the paper from her desk. "I will hunt as many slimes and gather as much mint as possible. I want to rank up and get more hunt quests," Arad said, walking toward Nina's desk. Nina looked worried. "Sorry, but that isn't possible. Only one slime quest per day, but you can repeat the mint quest." "Why?" Arad glared at her. "We don't want the adventurers to eradicate all slimes. I'm sure you know they are rare outside riversides and lakes," Nina explained. "I understand, but I still want to take more quests," Arad growled, glaring at the quest board. "Sewer cleaning, 1 silver and 50 copper. Brick hauling, 1 silver per day. Porter for the Demon Fang Party, 8 silver per week. Rat hunting, 2 copper per rat. It can be done with a sewer cleaning quest. Rabbit hunting pays depending on the kill. Missing animal, 5 silver if retrieved. We'll take the sewer cleaning, rat hunting, rabbit hunting, and the missing animal quest as well," Arad said, and Nina smacked his head with a chop. "Finish one first, and they are rabbit, not normal rabbits." She seemed too specific. Rabbits are rabbit-like monsters with 1 horn and are faster than regular rabbits, but they are considerably smaller, almost half the size of a grown rabbit. People usually call them the quail of rabbits due to their delicious meat. "Fine, I will be back soon." Arad wasn't that pleased. "Get the quests ready." As he walked out, Alcott was entering, and he looked back at Arad. "Hey, Nina, the kid's an early bird." "I thought my old ass woke up early," Alcott laughed, getting in. "He's a good kid, and a skilled one at that." Nina replied with a smile on her face. "Skilled? I did a short spare with the kid yesterday." Alcott patted his sword. "He gave me a real scare. I thought you infected everyone with your power." Nina sighed. "Strength isn't contagious. Why do you and Amber keep joking like this?" Alcott approached the desk. "I mean, it's weird seeing you behind the counter like that." "That battle axe behind you will soon rust." He pointed at the battle axe hanging on the wall behind Nina's desk. "I dropped fighting. I want to live a calm life," Nina replied, looking back at her weapon. At the forest, Arad finally reached his hunting spot. He walked toward the trees, searching for a long stick with a couple of stones, and then took his clothes off. "Why stripping?" "Clothes cost money, and I don't have that," Arad said, looking at the slimes close to the riverside. Thud! Thud! Arad rushed ahead, swinging his stick at one of the slimes. Splat! The slime's frail body exploded from the impact, void existence. "I absorbed the core into your stomach." "It's a good one. Thanks. Let's keep going," Arad replied with a smile as he rushed toward the slimes. The slimes started rolling away. "Why are you running?" Arad rushed after them. "Come here, Money. I still haven't eaten anything since I was born, damn it." Arad growled, swinging the stick at them left and right. After half an hour, Arad finally stopped killing the slimes. "How much do we have?" "You learn quickly. 34 cores. 4 of them are damaged." "Nice. That's 3 days' worth of the slime quest. Let's go looking for mint. First wash in the river." As Arad looked down, slime's acid covered his body. "Why am I not getting burned? Isn't acid supposed to deal damage?" "You have resistance, and slime's acid is more effective against metals. It's a monster that damages equipment more than you." "Not all monsters are dangerous because they can kill people. Some are dangerous because they are pests. For example, slimes can't kill a motivated child. But they can corrode mundane weapons and armor. That has made them an extremely dangerous foe for low-rank adventurers." After washing the acid, Arad wore his clothes and headed deeper into the forest, searching for mint. It didn't take him long to find some, and more and more. Mint is everywhere. Arad gasped upon seeing another small patch of mint. Don't exaggerate it. It's common, but without skill or me guiding you, finding all of it would be impossible. Also remember that it won't grow by tomorrow. Mint is a limited resource. After collecting a few batches, Arad returned to the city. "Hey, Arad, another failed quest." Nigel's father called him. Arad looked at him confused. No, I did get it done. Really? He didn't seem to buy it. It's strange, since you aren't carrying anything. Arad slid his hand into his pocket and pulled a smile core. I did kill them, at least. What? Where were you hiding that? Is it magic? Don't tell him about anything. Just say it's a trick and leave. It's a small trick. See you later. Arad waved his hand, rushing into the city. What do you want me to do? Arad asked with a worried face. It was only now that he realized how strange it was for him to carry nothing as an adventurer. Let's go to the market and spend a few coppers on a leather bag. Chapter 8. The Dragon. Learning how to make a profit. How much is this bag? Arad asked as he found a medium-sized bag. He started around the shop and saw the shopkeeper rushing toward him. You have good eyes, sir. This bag is made of wild ox leather and is durable. The shopkeeper smiled. Let's find another shop. This man is trying to make the bag sound more impressive than it is. I see. Thank you. I will look in another place, Arad said, turning around. Hold up, good sir. The shopkeeper caught Arad's hand. Sorry, it's a cow leather bag, but it's durable. Listen to him. Haggling is a common thing. You must always look like you know what you're buying. That bag goes for 5 copper coins, but the price might have fluctuated to 7 copper coins. How much is it? Arad glared at the shopkeeper. 12 copper coins, but I will make it just 10 for you. The shopkeeper smiled. That's ridiculous. Do you expect me to pay 10 copper coins for a 5 copper coins bag? Arad stared at him. The shopkeeper stepped back, clenching his teeth. I see you don't know the market, kid. We're having a shortage of cow leather. As the merchant started talking, Arad turned away, leaving, Stop right there. Arad didn't listen to him. You don't have to listen to a scammer. Arad stopped at the next shop, seeing the same bag sold there. Looking around, he saw a woman cleaning inside the shop. Madam, how much is this bag? The woman stood. I can't see it. Can you lift it? Arad lifted the bag to the woman to see. That one is 3 coppers, but I recommend you buy the one by its side. It's 5 copper coins, but double the size, she shouted from the inside. It's far cheaper. How come? How is it this cheap? Arad asked. There was a cow leather surplus a few weeks ago, so I ordered a bunch of these bags. Now I have a stockpile to sell, she replied with a smile, slowly approaching the counter. So you're losing money? No, I'm making a decent profit. The woman smiled, pointing at the small bags. 2 copper coins and I sell them for 3. I gain 1 copper coin in profit. She then pointed at the larger bags. Those were 3 copper coins and I sell them for 5 copper coins. I gain 2 copper coins in profit. Arad looked back at the previous shop. That one tried to sell me the small ones for 10 copper coins. Is he stuck in the shortage? The woman looked to the side. That snorty bastard? No, he bought his bags with me. I bet he is trying to make a bigger profit. Did you hear that? That is why haggling exists. I will take the big one. Arad handed her 5 copper coins, and she gave him the large bag. Are you an adventurer? The woman asked. Yes. Why do you ask? If you happen to get your hands on any wolf's fur, fangs, or claws, leave some for me, and I will pay handsomely, the woman told him with a smile. I will keep that in mind, madam. Arad looked at her. Lila Bellathor, and you, Arad Orion. Is it even legal for me to sell you monster parts? He asked, a bit worried. I'd even buy one of your relatives if you want to sell them. Ha ha ha, that's a little joke, she laughed, patting Arad's back. Wolves are animals, not monsters, Arad smiled. You scared me for a moment. Lila pointed into the distance. I've never seen you here before, so I will show you something important. See that large building over there? Arad nodded. He could miss it. That's the slave market. Criminals end there. She smiled. Animal parts are okay, but monsters' parts are a no-go. Make sure to consult with the guild before attempting anything strange. Any criminal can end up as a slave, Arad asked with a worried face. No. There is a complicated process behind it, and it depends on the crime and its magnitude, Lila explained. Last month there was a sizable skirmish with the elves of the north. I bet you will find some of their soldiers locked up there and waiting to ransom. Anyone can buy them. No, only the prisoner's country or relative can buy them in the first 2 months. After that, it's an open market. I understand. Arad turned to leave. Will you bring me what I asked for? I will ask the guild first. That's it. Make sure to check. Nina, I returned. Arad opened the guild's door and walked toward the counter. All the adventurers glared at him and the large bag over his shoulder. Did you finish the quest? Nina asked with a smile. She then quickly glares at the adventurers in the back. They all shrunk, pretending to have never glared at Arad. Here they are. Please check them. Arad put 10 slime cores on the counter. All looks good, this 50 copper coins. Nina smiled. Have anything else? She could still see Arad's bag having something. Arad pulled a massive pile of mint. 1, 2, 3, 32, 35, 36. 36 batches of mint. He grazed the whole forest. How did it fit into that bag? I keep my stuff organized, Arad replied with a smile. After a suspicious glare, Nina counted the mind and rewarded him. This is your payment, 60 copper for the mint, she said with a sigh. But then she noticed Arad glaring at her with a smile, his guild card in hand. What? Look, I have 2 slime quests, and then how much mint quest? 12, he grinned. Shouldn't I rank up? It was then it came to Nina. This kid has just done it, no? In the end, she gave up. Please hand me your guild card. I will register your quests immediately. She then looked at Arad. But this is the last time, otherwise the guildmaster will eat my head over it. Eat your head? But I finished the quest. What does the guildmaster have to complain about? Arad asked. Usually the guild makes a profit by selling what we get. Now the master has to find a buyer for your mint before it withers. In a bigger city, you might find 5 or 6 missions. I even heard that the capital put over 100 identical quests per day, Nina explained, and Alcott stared at her with a smile. The whole guild is crying about some mint. I will buy to make stamina potions if you don't mind. Nina smiled. Really, I will get the guildmaster notified immediately. Nina leaped away after updating Arad's card. Take your time, Alcott said with a smile. Amber stared at them from the side. Alcott, you better get ready for the new kid. His talent is exceptional. The adventurers started mumbling. Why does an S rank need to prepare for a mock battle with an F rank? They knew Arad was talented, but not to that extent. Alcott scratched his head. You're right, I could take a hit if he had more tricks up his sleeve. Esther Adorian Level 1, Class Sorcerer. Guild rank, F rank up, 10/10th. Reliability rank, 14/14s. Aster Arad smiled, staring at his card as Alcott pulled his sword and started practicing in the back. Chapter 9, Ranking Up. Arad stretched his arms, getting ready for the test in the training ground. Everything was simple. We'll fight, and you will rank up if you were good enough, Alcott said with a big smile, lifting his sword. Are you going to fight him barehanded? One of the adventurers watching screamed, He's right. Get the kid a weapon. All the adventurers started shouting. Amber approached Arad. Here, you can have this. She handed him a large wooden staff. I said I will buy you a staff if you ranked within a week. I say you did good enough. She already bought one? Thank you. I will use it well, Arad replied, smiling as he looked at his new and first staff. As quarterstaff, item rank F, stats, increase spell-based damage, +1 special abilities. The quarterstaff double as a 2-handed melee weapon, 1d8 plus strength modifier. As Astrad, Arad swung his staff around, engulfing his hands with flames. Swash, swash, bam! He smacked the tip on the ground, causing a small explosion. Ho ho! Alcott smiled. I only felt such pressure when fighting real dragons. Their blood is strong within you. Start! Nina screamed. Thud! Arad pointed his staff toward Alcott. Kadon! 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 He immediately cast 3 firebolt. Thud! Alcott rushed ahead, swinging his sword. He could perform 4 swings per second, while Arad could only cast 3 firebolt. Clang, clang, clang! Alcott sliced the spells, one after the other, and reached Arad in 1 second. With the flat of his blade, he swung at Arad. Crackle, a spark ignited in Arad's chest. Swash, Kadon, his whole body burst into flames. Alcott stopped mid-swing as the flame assaulted him. First tier. All the adventurers, including Amber, stared with their mouths open. K.A. Dawn. As Alcott started getting into a stance, Arad emerged from the flames, swinging his flaming staff. You can't take anyone with wide swings. Alcott swung his blade, quickly disarming Arad. It's over. Clang. Arad gripped Alcott's sword with his bare hand. Who said that? K. Dawn, he swung his other fist, engulfed in flames. Thud. Alcott grabbed Arad's fist. You lost your staff. Why fight? 'Cause I can. Give me the new rank. Thwack. Arad swung a kick at Alcott, hitting him straight in the stomach. I see. You're a hot-blooded one. Alcott smiled, unfazed by Arad's kick. You pass! Bang! Alcott said, head-butting Arad into the dreamland. An hour later, Arad woke up in the guild's office with a touch on his forehead. What happened? That man knocked you out with 1 headbutt. Your flames barely burned the fine hair of his beard. Arad looked around. The room looked simple, having 1 bed and a small table. Where am I now? You won't like the answer. The guild's dormitory. Arad was about to nod, but then it came to his mind. You said dormitory? The guild seems to have a small dorm where you can rent a room for 50 copper per night. Arad sighed. He spent the night outside, and they had this dorm here. Why didn't Nina tell him? Arad stood and walked toward the door, opening it. He looked into the hallway, and it was empty, but he could hear the adventurers celebrating in the guild hall underneath. Thud, thud, thud! Nina walked up the stairs and saw Arad standing in the hallway. Did you wake up? No, I'm still asleep, Arad replied as he walked past her. You could at least stop to talk. She looked back at him. You could have told me you had a dorm here, he growled, staring at her. I tried to tell you, but left quickly. She looked at him with a sad face. Did you spend a lot on an inn? She asked. Arad didn't want to tell her he slept outside, so he just nodded. What's going on down there? Nina smiled. The adventurers are celebrating your win against Alcott. They never expected an F rank to stand his ground. I lost, didn't I? He knocked me out. But you fought longer than any other adventurer of your rank did. It was unbelievable to see you clash with him like that. Nina smiled, guiding Arad to the hall after giving him his guild card. Arad Orion, level 1 class, sorcerer. Guild rank E rank up, 0 10th, reliability rank 14 14s. At start, the adventurers shouted when they saw him walk in. He's here. One stood on top of a table, the blazing newbie. They started cheering and drinking even though it was noon. Arad stared at them for a moment and then walked toward the quest board. Nina, I will be going out, he said with a smile. Now they are still celebrating your rank up, Nina said with a gasp. Amber approached him with the staff. You dropped this. She handed it back to him. Do you want to go questing now? Amber asked. Arad nodded. I can't stop working. I will finish the F-rank quests I still have, and then start doing the E-rank missions from tomorrow. Alcott approached them. Then I suggest you find a party to join. E-rank quests need a party. He explained, you can do some A-rank and S-rank quests solo, as they sometimes need a specific talent. No, high quests are just difficult problems in a simple matter. Nobody can finish an assassination but an assassin. It's that simple, he explained. But Arad already understood what it meant from Nina's explanation. We can't join a party that we don't completely trust. What if you had to go all out and they spilled the beans about your nature? Arad couldn't agree more. Until he finds his first mate, he will keep adventuring solo. Sorry, but I don't intend on joining a party I don't trust, Arad replied. Trust is built with time. How can you trust a party if you never went on quests with them? Alcott stared at him. I will figure it out. Until then, I'm adventuring alone, Arad replied. Alcott seemed to think about it for a few moments. Well, I have some free time now. Amber isn't currently at a party, and the guild master will let Nina out for a day or two. Alcott looked at Arad with a smile. Shall we form a temporary party for you? He smiled. You can trust us, right? A dragon slayer is the last person we should trust. You're the last person I should trust, Arad replied immediately, and Alcott stared at him with a sad face. But I can take you to cool places. Do you want to check the Dragon Mount to the east? Alcott tried convincing Arad, but he got rejected. The second to last thing we want is to meet another dragon this early. Arad shook his head immediately and denied Alcott. I will go alone. Arad walked out of the guild. He's a determined one. I told you, he won't join a party. Amber said with a smile. With all that strength, he's better off building a name for himself first. Nina stared at her. It's safer to operate at a party. Alcott shook his head. He still had the strength to spare. Let's see how he will fare alone. He remembered seeing Arad teleport in the forest and deduced that he was hiding his true power. To someone like him, being at a party is far more dangerous than being alone, Alcott said seriously, and quickly realized how hard it was to explain as he saw Nina's face glaring at him. Well, you see, his fire is all-powerful. He could burn his teammates. I'm sure he will find a party when he can control his flames more precisely. Alcott made it up on the spot. So he has power but lacks control. Amber thought, I will find a way to help gain more control. And she left. Chapter 10, The Dragon's Mom. Arad walked into the west of the city. On his way, he asked one of the guards about directions. Do you know where I can find the sewer entrance? Arad asked as he approached the guard. The guard looked at him with a surprised face, black hair and red eyes. Are you Arad? Hold up. Do you know me? Arad asked with a worried face. He has only been in the city for 2 days. The news about your fight with Sir Alcott this morning has spread across the city. People are already gossiping about you. The guard said with a smile. There is even a rumor about reforming the Dragon Hunters party with you as a member. The Dragon's Hunters, Alcott, Nina, Amber, and lastly you, the guard said with a smile. New just came by, is it true? We just came from the guild. How fast does news travel in this city? Answer him like this. I refused. For the time being, I like to do more solo hunter to get a grip on my abilities, and then I will find or create a party to join. Arad replied as told. I see. The news is right, but only halfway. The guard smiled, pointing into the distance. You can find the sewers in that direction. Thank you. Arad thanked the guard and started walking. That was scary, to think everyone would have already heard of it. It will spread. Alcott's name was a part of it after all. I don't think people will keep it quiet on S-rank news. I hope they don't keep their eyes on me. If things became weird, we should leave the city without notice. You're right, a bigger city with more people might be easier to blend in. Arad smiled. After a short walk, he reached the sewers. The sewer's rotting wooden door cracked, reeking of high heaven. The stench was strong enough to force Arad to stay away. What in the hell? How could it be so bad? He growled. It's clogged up, and with the rat corpses inside, everything keeps rotting and mixing into a foul solution. Can't they clean it regularly? Why do adventurers have to take such quests? And Origlain, No one wants to clean, so it gets left, and after months they put a quest for cleaning. Arad cringed, closing his nose and attempting to get closer. After just a few steps, he couldn't do it. We should ask other adventurers for advice. One of them should have taken this quest before. Arad shook his head. No way I'm going back. Let's ask someone else. Who are you thinking of? Let's ask Lila. I'm sure she can help, Arad said as he walked away. Lila Bellathor, the shopkeeper? You sure took a liking to her. Arad shook his head. I know I should be able to trust her. She taught us about her trade and how the city works. Won't that make Amber trustworthy? She taught you about sorcery. I don't like that I contend with her as a fire sorcerer. I and Lila's paths will never cross. She is a merchant and I'm an adventurer. A strange logic just like your mother. But it's not bad. It was then that Arad thought about it. Since you're in my head, I never thought to ask, but do you have a name? He asked, scratching his head. I don't have a name, I'm a fragment of your mother's consciousness. How should I call you? He looked up. It will be strange to just speak to you without using a name. You can call me Mom if you want. I'm joking. Just give me a regular name. Arad smiled. Okay then, Mom. Nice to meet you, even if it's a bit late. Don't call me that. Mommy, is that better? Don't do it. Give me a regular name. Let's go with Mom. Magical Orion's mother. Miss Orion's mother, or what about my only mother, or Mom, oh Mom. Now you're joking. Okay, you can use Mom. Arad smiled. Nice to work with you, Mom. Mom whispered that Arad couldn't comprehend her words. Multiverse obliterating monster is more like it. What do you say? We're close to Lila's shop, she said. What was in the past remains in the past. Isn't it, Arad? What's brought you here, Wolf Material? Lila spotted him on the other side of the street. You look happy. Arad slowly approached her. In truth, I have a problem. He told her about the stench in the sewer. After listening to him explain in silence, Lila nodded. I have a simple solution. She walked into the shop and soon walked out with a large green bottle. Olive oil? Can you smell it? How is it? She asked, pointing the open bottle toward Arad. I can smell it, but it's not as bad, Arad replied, taking a deep whiff of the oil. When we can just do this, she pulled an old rag from underneath her counter. It was surprisingly clean. After putting the rag in a tiny bow, she dripped oil on top of it and rinsed it well. Use this as a face mask. It will be a bit better. It isn't as fresh air, but something we can handle. I have a plan to clean the sewer in a few minutes, so let's go. Thanks, Mom, Arad said. Talking with Mom, Lila laughed. I'm not your mom, but I can cook for you if you come for dinner. She patted Arad's hair. I have a daughter, but never a son. You're welcome at my home at any time. Embarrassed, Arad ran away toward the sewers while Lila waved to him with a smile. I told you Mom is a bad name. Can't I talk with you without speaking? Arad cried. Of course you can. I can hear your thoughts. Like this, Arad thought? When something between, it's a thought, an inner monologue, or if Arad is talking with Mom. And yes, she is named Mom. Arad put on the mask upon reaching the sewers. Mom, what's your plan? Absorb everything into the void and we'll release it elsewhere. Arad froze in place. You know the void is my stomach, right? He wasn't that happy eating half a year's worth of waste. The void is a secondary pouch that can feed into your stomach. It's an inventory in which you can store things. After a few minutes of convincing, Arad used his inventory void stomach to absorb, eat everything in the sewers as he did the mind and slime cores before. The sewers were left sparkling clean, and even the massive rates dwelling inside got sucked into the stomach. All the rats died since Arad's stomach had no air, time, or space. When Arad forced them inside with all the waste, they instantly died. Arad slowly plucked all the rats' tails. He then walked back to the guild, having finished his quest. Nina, I finished the sewer and rat quests. Can you check on that? Arad asked, with an exhausted face. What? You finished in one day? She rushed at him. You didn't burn the sewers, right? Arad looked at her. They are clean? Why would I burn them? Nina sent a group to confirm, and they returned after half an hour with stunned faces. It was clean. We found the waste pile in the indicated location, and all the rats' corpses. Another of the team replied. All the adventurers stared at him, wondering what trick he used to clean the sewer. So how much do I need to rank up? Arad asked with a smile. Nina looked at him with a worried face, scratching her chin. Lower quests don't count to rank up. You need to finish E-rank missions. Arad looked at her with a dead face. I will take an E-rank quest. You will need at least another party member. Please join or form a party to be able to take quests, she replied. I want to go solo, Arad growled. The rule is put to protect adventurers. Please find another party member, Nina replied. You can be stabbed in the back by a goblin. By the party member you want me to get, Arad replied, glaring at her. But fine, I will look into it. Nina smiled. If you didn't find a suitable party member, the guild can recommend one. Arad waved his hand and glared at her. I will quit adventuring and seek my own way if I can't find a suitable partner. What now? What will you do? To the slave market you can trust someone under a slave contract, but are you sure you can afford them? We will only have a look. The slave market, all the elves have been ransomed, a man said, except for her. The man looked at the papers. Ayla Deianira, he left the papers on the table. What should we do with her? Keep her on sale. No one wants her, the other man replied. The whole elvish kingdom refused her. Everyone is scared her magic will fail again and cause a disaster. Chapter 11. The Slave Market. Isn't what the dragon expected, Arad. Stood in front of the slave market. Let's get in and try our luck. He reached the massive brown door. Knock, knock. The door immediately opened and a middle-aged man looked out. What are you looking for? A slave that is obedient and can fight, Arad replied immediately. The man glared at him for a moment. I don't think we have anyone that you can afford. Isn't it rude to just assume that? Arad stared back at him. We usually get orders through letters, since we opened up. No one who showed up in person could afford anything. The man said, smiling, The cheapest we have is 90 silver. Can you afford that? We can't afford that right now, Arad sighed. Guess I can't. Sorry for bothering you. Bidnovkom. You can come in and check what we have. We can offer you a deal or send you a letter when a suitable slave for your needs and price range has appeared. The man opened with door and called Arad. The inside is a large hall with a wooden floor, white painted walls, and luxurious furniture. This place is different than what I expected. Arad looked around. On the rare occasion of a client arriving in person, they are of high class, and we must treat them with care. The man said gently, waving his hand toward the center of the room. Arad approached the couch. I doubt this is the place I get to look at what you have. It depends. When the customer is of high class, we prepare the slaves and create a show for him, hoping he will pick one, the man said with a smile. But you can't do that for me. I understand that it's a hassle. Arad looked at the man. Sorry for that. We can take you around the cells to check directly, the man suggested. That seems more interesting to me. Let's see what you hide inside. Arad smiled and followed the man. As they descended into the cellar, Arad was surprised to see the hallway was well lit. As they passed by the empty cells, Arad only got more confused. The rooms were clean, with a stone floor, painted white walls, a simple bed, and a study table. It was far better than the room in the guild's dorm. The only inconvenience is the large steel bar wall facing the hallway. But even that had a curtain. I expected something different, Arad said while looking at the rooms. Most people say that, the man nodded. Slaves are the merchandise. We need to make sure they stay in top condition. He pointed toward one of the cells. This used to belong to an elf woman who got sold recently. What's so special about it? Arad asked. The woman wanted to get sold to a noble, so we had her take care of her look. You can still see the care kit she had on the table. The man pointed. Are you saying the slave has a say in the matter? Of course they have. This place is like an adoption facility but for adults, but I wouldn't say it was like this forever. The man sighed. What do you mean? This line of work used to be darker than you can imagine, but that changed a few years ago when the king decided to buy a slave for entertainment. The man looked a bit scared. He almost sentenced all of us to execution after she told him how she got treated. So, as you see, we're regulated to make our slaves comfortable. I heard this place was full of criminals. Arad glared at the man. Of course, that woman I told you about earlier. She took a massive bribe to put poison in a noble's food, and the man died. The man explained. I see. How about dangerous criminals? Arad asked, and the man stopped. I can show you, but it's not pretty, the man replied. After that, they took a short detour to show Arad how dangerous criminals get treated. Before we see him, make sure you remember that he killed over 30 people, including children and the elderly. He also has a long record of robbery, blackmailing, forced sexual abuse, and lots more. Arad nodded. Why is he a slave? I think he should be dead. He cursed the women he abused. They will die with him. We can't kill him, the man said, frowning. We're hoping some experienced mage could buy him and break the curse or find a way to kill him safely. Those are the condition for buying him. Inside the room, a man sat strapped to a steel chair with his limbs nailed in. A long metal rod clogged his mouth so he won't bite his tongue. He's quite strong. So this is the only way to keep him restrained, the man said. Let's go. I have just the one for you. After they walked back toward the regular cells and proceeded a bit, Arad started seeing the cells fill up with people. Humans, elves, orcs, and strange races that he didn't recognize, all stared at him. Here she is. What do you think? Inside a cell, a blonde elf girl with green eyes glared back at them. Is he the one? She asked. He might be a starting E-rank adventurer, but he fought the S-rank Alcott and stood his ground. His fire magic is also unmatched, the man said, and Arad glared at him. How did he know? The man looked at Arad. Words of you have spread across the city. I wouldn't have let you in otherwise. As a person, what do you think of him? The girl asked. The man scratched his chin. I don't know, beyond that he is hard-working. He just started living in the city. The girl started thinking while staring at Arad. Why do I feel like she is the one buying me? She has to make sure she ends up with a suitable person. But I will say it. She is suitable. What will I be doing? She asked, looking at Arad. Hunting monsters with me, adventuring, Arad replied with a passive face. What did she expect? Manager, I will take him, she said with a smile, and Arad stared at her. I'm taking you. Ask about the price first. Nothing will go before that. How much is she? Arad asked. I know she's expensive. The manager scratched his chin. She is 1 gold coin and 50 silver, too expensive. I better look for someone else. Arad immediately replied, and the elf girl stared at him with a sad face. I can help with that, the manager said. How about we split the payment? Arad turned toward him. 10 silver coins per week, and you can take her now. You have a week to bring me the first payment. That sounds shady. So what's your catch? Arad stared back. We won't be keeping her here. That's our win. The manager smiled. Elves are a pain to keep, and we have profitable people coming in and want the space, the manager said with a smile. And the part you're not telling me? Her crime is a bit unique. Chapter 12. Aela Deianira and the dragon is hungry. Did you hear about the recent elvish attack? The manager asked with a straight face. Arad nodded. I heard about it, that's all. The manager looked at the woman. This woman is why they lost. She appeared out of nowhere and blasted their arrows with her wind magic. I told you, I'm not a part of their army. I was teleported there by mistake. That wind wasn't even mine, Aela yelled, and as you see, she refuses to admit it. Even the elvish army has refused to ransom her or admit that she is a part of their troops. He sighed. Such a failure of an elf. It will be embarrassing to call her one of their own. That's strange since both sides refuse to admit a connection. What if she is right? Arad asked. Everyone refuses to believe her. Why would an elf show up out of nowhere and sabotage their army? The manager sighed again. Elves are haughty. They will refuse to admit such things. Hold up, doesn't this mean we're at war with the elves? Arad realized. Not exactly, just some troubles between human nobles and elvish nobles. Nothing as important as war. After thinking about it for a bit, Arad nodded. I will take her. Aela's face brightened for a moment. I see you two agree. Let's get up to finish the paperwork. The manager opened the cell and allowed Aela out. Don't you need guards to keep her in check? Arad looked around. Till now, he only saw the manager and no one else. Look there. The manager pointed toward the end of the hallway. A light glimmered behind a half-opened door. "The whole place is monitored with magic. The guard will be here in no time, and the whole place will get locked up," he said with a proud smile. Arad used his void eyes to look around and saw the whole place covered in magic. "Sir Arad, are your eyes all right?" the manager asked as he saw the purple glimmer in Arad's eyes. "That is a strange form of magic," Ayla added up. "Ah, no, I'm a sorcerer and can see magic to a small degree. I just looked around to see the detection magic." Arad scrambled to patch an excuse. He didn't know that his eyes glow when using void eyes. "I see," the manager said while thinking. "Let's get the paper done. It won't take long." The slave contract is a magical binding between two creatures. One is the master and the other is the slave, and as expected, it has rules. This association is the one that writes the contract, and it makes sure it includes a few things. Even the slave has a saying in what his rights and obligations are. Slave rights: the right to protect honor. The slave has the right to refuse sexual relationships in any shape or form. Life protection. The slave's life and physical health are protected slave obligation. Obey all of the master's orders unless they harm her rights. Master rights: life protection. The slave can't harm her master in any shape or form. Secrecy, right? The slave won't disclose the master's information to anyone. Helpful guidance. The slave will help the master even if he didn't ask. Master obligation: the master is responsible for providing food, clothes, and shelter for the slave. The contract writer: with "be informed of any breach." Arad read the contract a few times, as did Alla. The detail in it was incredible, as they described multiple scenes. Break it, and the guards will fall on you in seconds, the manager said with a smile. The two accepted the contract, and it got signed immediately. "Ayla, here's your stuff." The manager handed her a small bag with a long bow. "This is everything that got confiscated from you." Ayla rushed to the changing room to wear her leather armor. Arad stared at her with a smile. "Finally, we have a party member. Won't she start from F rank?" "I don't want to level her up. I hope Nina can do something about it." "Arad, I'm ready." Ayla walked out with a smile. "What should we do now?" Arad scratched his chin. "Can I test the contract here for a bit?" "Go for it." Ayla looked confident in herself. "You can try it. You don't have to worry about breaching the contract," the manager confirmed. "Let's test the limits." Arad stared at Ayla. "Call me Master." "Of course I can call you Master. That doesn't even need the contract." Ayla approached Arad with a smile. "Master Arad." Arad nodded. "Call me just Arad." "It's weird to be called Master." He sighed. It was more embarrassing than he thought. Arad then started testing the limits. Walk on all four. Ayla did it. Dance for me. Ayla did it. It didn't matter if Arad asked her to shake her hips harder. The contract never activated since it was under dancing. Sing for me. Sorry, I'm a bad singer. It seems that she can consciously refuse an order. It was Arad's turn. "Master, shut up," Ayla said, and the contract was activated. "This is a warning activation," the manager said. "We would have put you under surveillance for it." "Arad, there is something we might be able to use." "No. Mom seems to have figured something out." "What is it?" "The contract work using what you consider normal. We can break that easily by getting me involved." Ayla approached Arad and tried hitting him. Tap! She gently punched Arad's stomach, and the contract didn't activate. The contract activates when Arad loses health, nothing less, after making sure the contract works and that everything is fine. Arad and Ayla walked out. As they walked across the busy streets, Ayla stared at Arad. "What do we do now? Are we going to the guild?" Arad looked around, and then at her flowing golden hair and gleaming green eyes. "We should register you first. I need you to get to E rank as fast as possible." Ayla puffed her big chest with a smile. "I'm already a level 12 fighter, an arcane archer." She stared at Arad. "I bet you will be shocked seeing me fight." "Nice to meet you. I'm a level 1 sorcerer, a red draconic bloodline," Arad replied, and Ayla blinked twice. Just level 1? Surprised? Not really. You bought me to protect you, right? She said with a smug smile. I needed someone trustful. We'll go to the guild and get some quests, Arad said, but almost immediately got a weird feeling. Gr Dabla. His stomach rumbled loudly. I haven't eaten anything since I was born. Are you hungry? We can stop to eat if you didn't eat lunch yet, Ayla said with a smile. Arad, this is bad. Your draconic body is hungry. I can eat a meal at a nearby inn and I'm fine. Why are you worried? Arad replied. Dragons eat more than humans can. I suggest you go to the forest to hunt for food, Arad sighed. Are you all right? Ayla asked him immediately. Just want to eat something, he replied. Say, Mom, what's the best food for dragons? Mom hesitated. The second best food is raw monster flesh. A lot of it. I asked about the first. I want to get the best for the first time if possible. You won't like hearing it. Say it. With details. Raw humanoid flesh, preferably intelligent creatures. Young before the old, women before men, humans before elves and other races. Mom sighed. Void dragons are similar to red dragons. Their best food is young maidens. That is why you hear of maidens sacrificed to them. Chapter 13. E-rank quests are weird to the dragon. Can I eat cooked monster flesh? Arad asked while walking toward the guild with Ayla. It's more efficient to eat raw meat. Cooked is better. Bednovel, humanoid cook meat, to clean it from diseases. They exchange safety for nutritious quality. Mom replied. You might need to eat 50% more if you cooked your meat. Can I store food in my stomach? Your mother used to do that. But be careful. You can overhunt a forest. What dragons are there? Are void dragons strong in comparison? Void dragons are the strongest of the magic dragons. Reds are the strongest of the chromatic, and golds are the strongest of the metallic dragons. But combat depends on more things than just race. Arad, we reached the guild, Ayla said with a smile. We can go hunt monsters. She's oddly energetic. Is that a problem? She might be dealing with some things, so keep an eye on her. Ayla gently pushed the giant wooden door open, and all the adventurers stared at her. People usually kick the poor door. Everyone immediately started whispering. An elf? How come they rarely visit human cities? Come on, we like them, and they like us. But it's strange. We had a skirmish against the elves lately. I thought they would be a bit angry. Is she an adventurer? But as they spoke, Ayla spun around, waving her arm. Arad, why are you waiting? Come in. Everyone stopped talking, their faces shited to the back, glaring at Arad. It was the newbies' doing. The monster brought something unusual. Nina waved at them from behind the counter. Arad, come here. The two walked across the guild hall, ignoring everyone. Ayla didn't seem bothered as she kept her smile, but Arad was nervous. She keeps that energetic attitude. I have a bad feeling about that. Mom, aren't you getting a bit too worried? I was a part of your mother once. Don't underestimate the instincts she had. The girl has no malicious intents, but I know she will be a problem to deal with. Arad took that into mind. He faced Nina. Can you register, Ayla? After a series of questions about how Ayla fights, Nina finally registered her as an E-rank adventurer, like Arad. The reason for that was her stats. Aster name Ayla Deanira, race elf class, fighter, level 1220, XP 563, 35,000 subclass, arcane archer, stats strength 6, agility 20, constitution 15, magic 10, intelligence 10, wisdom 12, HP 234 MP, 180 SP, 276 skills, fighting style, archery, second wind, 1 day, heal self up to 10 plus level action surge, double speed for 2 seconds. Arcane Archer can infuse arrows with elemental energy. Indomitable Arcane Archer can create a bow and arrows with magic innate skills. Elvish Mana, +6 per level. Elvish Night Vision, can see in the dark. Elvish Hearing, a sharper hearing resistance. Non-immunities. Non-magic can't be detected without a mind-reading magic and
Elvish mana +6 per level. Elvish night vision can see in the dark. Elvish hearing a sharper hearing resistance. Non-immunities. Non. Magic can't be detected without a mind-reading magic, Antar. Unlike Ared, who is just level 1, she is level 12 and has the strength of a high C-rank adventurer.
Thank you. I will treasure it a lot, Aela said, grabbing her guild card with 2 hands and a smile. Before the two could start talking and wasting time, Arad interrupted them. We should take a quest. Let's go, Aela. He stood and walked toward the quest board, E-rank quests. He can finally start hunting monsters which grant him enough XP to level up. Mom, what should we take? Is there anyone who can help me level faster? You can level up your humanoid power, but as a void dragon, you need to cultivate your power. Dragons grow stronger the older we get, meaning our bodies cultivate naturally, but we can accelerate it manually, as not every dragon can wait 1,000 years to become strong. Can you explain it in detail? You will know when the time comes. Now focus on eating. Arad looked at the board to read the quests, but soon changed his expression. It's goblin nest of Valander, 5 coppers per head, and you can keep all goblins belonging. Giant toad slaying, kill 5 giant toads in 2 days. 25 copper coins per kill. The guild owns the corpses and will send haulers. Raging bull termination, the eastern farm needs a brave adventurer to castrate their Gorgon bull. 2 silver coins. The farm owns the testicles, and they must be unharmed. City wall breach. The city council is looking for workers to destroy a segment of the city wall. 1 silver coin per day. The city provides lunch and protective equipment. Bar host. The Silver Moon Bar needs a strong adventurer to be a bartender. The last bartender got killed by drunkards, so we need a strong one. 10 silver coins per day. Temporary exchange. The Southern Elephant Trunk Brothel needs an attractive woman for a week, and the house mistress will decide on the look. 1 gold coin per day to 20 gold coins per day, depending on the type of service. Mine investigation. Workers have been dying in the silver mine of Silverbell, and a cleric is needed to investigate. Pay 5 silver coins. Magic punching bag, Alice. The city's grand wizard requires a young male, preferably 20-25 years, to be a test subject for the new polymorph spell. P.S. You might end up as a frog for several days, but I will keep you safe in my room. Pay 2 gold coins. Already taken Rise of the Dead. 2 skeletons have risen inside the city's catacomb. Please get rid of them. Pay 2 silver coins. Arad turned back. Magic punching bag. Several adventurers, even high-ranked ones, turned away and started whistling. Glaring at them. Temporary exchange. A bunch of female adventurers turned the other way, and every other adventurer glared at them. Aela approached Arad. Do you want to take those 2? What do they say? She said, smiling. She glared at the papers. I can't read human language. You can naturally understand and speak all languages, but can only read and write human and draconic. This is a gift from your mother's consciousness. No, we're killing giant toads, Arad replied. Those quests pay nice, but they are awful. Then an adventurer opened his mouth. Come on, Arad. Let her take the temporary exchange quest. I bet she doesn't mind. Hearing that, Arad slowly turned his head and lifted his palm. Kadan. His palm burst into flame as he glared at the adventurer. I will burn you alive. Arad wasn't serious, and neither was the adventurer. Everyone knew it was a joke, but something happened. As the adventurer stared at Arad's eyes, he suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his chest. He started sweating, and his knees shook. As if glared down by a predator, he stepped away. Are you all right? His friend asked. Yeah, the adventurer said, confused. For a moment, I got a strange feeling staring into his eyes. His friend stared at him, disgusted. I thought we 2 liked the elf girl, you bastard. Or going for the guy. They started bickering like 2 old geezers. Arad picked up the quest and approached Nina's desk. Register me this one? He said with a smile. You still have the rabbit quest registered. Want to keep it up? Nina asked with an angry smile. Arad panicked momentarily. Sorry, I forgot about it. Ayla stared at him, confused. Did she mean rabbits? Thud. Nina grabbed Arad by the head. Thank Amber, later, and never register more than one quest at a time. Chapter 14, Cry of a Cornered Wormling. Arad and Ayla walked outside the city to hut the giant toads. Listen, we're hunting 6, Arad said with a reluctant voice. The quest said to hunt 5, she replied, staring at him with her head tilted to the side. I need one, so we're killing 6, he lifted his staff. Don't cast any spells here. We still haven't detected a toad, she instantly commented while taking a step away. Arad sighed. I know, let's search for them around here. Arad looked around. Mom, can I detect them with my powers? Sadly, no. You can detect magic and see invisible creatures like ghosts, but the toads are natural creatures. You also can't detect their smell since you don't know how they smell. Arad sighed. His abilities are useless unless they find at least one to use as a reference. Ayla approached Arad. Nina said they hide in the ground just beneath the surface. Grassless patches of the ground are a good indicator that a toad is hiding there. Arad nodded, looking around. There were no patches that fit a toad. The grassy hills span until the forest, and the only dirt patches he could see were about 20 feet in diameter. Where are the toads? Please don't tell me this like the slimes when I can barely find them. Arad walked around with a worried face. I heard from Nina that they like eating goats. We could try luring them out. Ayla rushed ahead. Mac-ra, she yelled. Mac-ra-ra. Ad walked behind her. Do you think that will work? Hold up, they eat goats. It was then that the realization hit Arad like a lightning bolt. How big are they? I thought they could be cat-sized at most. Crack, in the distance, the ground shattered and the 20-foot-tall toad emerged. It's big, Ayla screamed with a happy face, swinging her arms. That's what she said. Get ready for a fight, K.A. Don. Arad engulfed his staff in flames, ready to start blasting. Let me take care of it. Ayla smiled, pulling her bow out in her palm. She held 3 arrows between her fingers. You will kill at a distance? I can do that with magic. Arad pointed his staff at the toad. Can you let me have it? I haven't fought in a long time. She smiled, standing tall and pulling the bowstring to her chin. Their skin is tough. For arrows to penetrate it, I must be quite close, she said, letting the toad hop closer and closer. Arad lowered his staff. I don't think a mere arrow will kill such a big thing immediately. It will, as long as I get through the skull to the brain, my arrow can do it. Ayla smiled, taking a deep breath and inflating her already sizable chest as the toad entered the 30-feet range. She released her arrows. Bam, bam, bam! In quick succession, she fired 3 arrows in less than 2 seconds. She almost reached Arad's speed with magic. Arad started clapping as he saw the toad stop with 3 arrows stuck in its forehead. Truly impressive. I have never seen someone shoot so fast. Ayla smiled. I'm a quick shot, you know. I can fire 3 arrows in about a second and with decent accuracy. As Ayla puffed her chest again, speaking with pride, the toad moved, lowering its jaw. Gulp. It swallowed her in an instant. The arrows didn't kill it. Ayla! Arad screamed, caught on, engulfing his arms in flames and leaping at the toad's wash as Arad swung his fist with Fire Fist. Bam! The toad leaped into the sky, dodging the hit, shoot it down. Arad lifted his staff, aiming at the toad crackle. Before he could fire, a massive sticky tongue slammed to his side. Damn it, another toad. He got pulled and swallowed by the second one. A few moments later, Ayla woke up inside the toad's stomach, feeling a massive hit. Her skin burned from its acidic stomach and a dislocated shoulder. As she tried to move, her left leg screamed in pain. Crack. The toad's giant mouth got forced open, and Arad stared down at her. Are you all right? Arad grabbed her by the shoulder, but she flinched. It looks dislocated. Grab her from the other one and pull out. Arad grabbed her and pulled her out of the toad's throat in one go. Damn, you're heavy and stinks. He sighed as he sat her on the ground. She started shaking. Her skin still burned from the acid, and her vision was blurry. She was almost digested alive. How did you? Ayala looked back and saw a trail of torn trees and the corpses of 2 toads with clean holes in their bodies. Doesn't matter. Let's get you back to the guild. Arid extended his hand to her. Thud. A crossbow bolt pierced his neck. Thud, 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 thud. The A.O. Bran rushed from behind the bushes. Crack, he kicked Arad's body away. I got him, boys, the man screamed, and a band of bandits rushed from behind the trees. Damn it, the elf is damaged. One of them cried, "Don't worry about the elf. We can heal her in a few days with magic." One of the bandits approached. Ayala looked at her bow. It has snapped. Damn you, she lifted her palm. Oh, great winds, she yelled, trying to invoke her magic as the mana started collecting in her palm. Images of the past disaster crossed her mind. Tens of dead elves stared at her. Why did you do that? Crack. The spell failed, shattering into a glimmer of dust. Trying to cast magic? We can't have you do that. A bandit who wore a robe approached her, carrying 2 crystal balls in his hand. The ball emitted a blue light, and Ayla felt her body tighten. Glimmer, my blue balls. Override binding. He yelled, and Ayla fell on her face. What did you do? Ayla glared at him. I rewrote your slave contract. He laughed. Those beauties cost us a fortune, but with them we can catch and sell the likes of you. We saw you walk out of the slave market with him. We thought we could catch and resell you with a loose contract to the right buyer. The other bandit giggled. Ayla tried to stand up, but her body refused to move. You're under our control. Give up. All the bandits started laughing. VSSSS. They started hearing a strange vibration in the air, like the sound of a massive beehive. I don't remember a wasp hive near here. One of them scratched his head. The sound is coming from there. They all looked toward Arad's corpse. Instead, they saw a goat-sized black dot. The dot stretched, extending 4 limbs, a long tail, and 2 jet-black wings. Alice stared at it. The creature moved its neck, slowly opening its eyes, which held a purple flare. Slowly, Arad glared at the bandits. HP dropped to 0. We're forced into the draconic form. Make sure no one escape alive. Screek, opening his jaw. The tiny dragon released a horrid screech that shook the whole forest and heard from the city. Alcott was in the guild drinking with Amber, and as he lifted his mug, Screek-eeked, the roar rumbled across the sky, and Alcott rushed out so fast he flipped 3 tables. A dragon's roar, but it's strange. This screech is the cry of a cornered wormling. Alcott rushed as fast as he could. If I don't save it quick enough, this city will face a raging mother, soon bade Norfolk. Chapter 15. The dragon's first fight. Our doomed dragons are nicknamed the Doom Bringers for how much destruction they cause. Doom mean the chapter is one massive fight. Listen to some action music while reading. More Arad stared at them, his eyes flashing with bright purple flames. The bandit stared at him in shock. A wormling? One of them cried, lifting his crossbow. Bam! A bolt flew directly at Arad's neck. Thud! Arad waved his neck like a snake, dodging the bolt in the blink of an eye. Crack! Using his powerful hind legs, he leaped up. Flap! Flap! His wings were too weak to lift him to the sky, but that didn't prevent them from helping him reach the top of a tree. Wormlings can't fly. Drop the beast to the ground. The bandits screamed. The one who yelled lifted his axe, throwing it directly at Arad. Clang! With a single wing swing, Arad deflected the axe and leaped to the next tree behind the bandits. All the bandits immediately turned around, aiming their crossbows. Pew, 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 pew. Pew. 8 bolts flew at Arad simultaneously. Thud. But he leaped at the bandits, dodging all the bolts except one that bounced off his head, broken jar, with a roar. Arad swung his front left claw at one of the bandits. Splat! Arad's claw passed right through the bandit's armor and tore into his chest, splitting the lungs apart. The man died on the spot. Before the bandits could process what happened, Arad opened his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the bandit's vision blurred with a loud crackling sound. Crack! Kaboom! The 4 bandits who stood in front of Arad's breath got blasted away without even seeing what his breath was. Their bodies tore apart and their limbs shattered. Crack! From the back, a bandit who carried a massive tower shield survived the breath. He clenched his teeth and glared at Arad. The bandit saw nothing. Arad's breath was a long cone of black emptiness. The breath itself wasn't what killed the bandits. The breath merely erased everything in its bath, and when the air came to fill the gap, it caused a powerful shockwave. "This thing isn't a black dragon," the bandit cried. It breathed a strange, dark magic. Thud, Arad rushed ahead. You can't repeatedly breathe, at least when you're a wormling. Charge at them, and don't worry about their weapons. The bandit lifted, threw his shield, and wielded his longsword with 2 hands. "Like all wormlings, you need to charge your breath." The bandit smiled, swinging his sword at Arad. Thud. Arad leaped above the sword like a cat, swinging his claw at the bandit. The bandit tried to dodge, but he lost his ear. "You move like a feline," the bandit growled, swinging his sword at Arad. Arad was inclined to dodge, but Mom stopped him. "Take the hit." He worked by her advice and didn't dodge it. The moment the sword hit his scales, it produced a loud ringing sound. Tingy, crack! The blade shattered and the shards sunk into Arad's void. Weapons unprotected with magic can barely withstand the pressure of a void dragon's body. You took 1 point of damage, but his weapon is gone. Ruar! Arad opened his jaw at the bandit. Thud! The bandit leaped away, grabbing his tower shield and smiling. A breath is coming. Aim at his back. He yelled his lungs out as the bandit braced himself. Something strange emerged from Arad's mouth, a bright flash with a massive wave of heat. Firebolt. Level 3 R3 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 White Flames. The bandit gasped as a blast of inferno scorched him. The bandits couldn't tell if it was 1 breath or multiple hits. To them, Arad breathed a gust of white flames. All the bandits in the back gasped. Is this a mere wormling? "Idiots! Dragons are kingdom-destroying monsters. Don't underestimate a wormling," one bandit screamed. "He's right!" Another one shouted, rushing ahead and leaping over the bushes after rolling. He lifted the crossbow and aimed at the injured Aella. "You ambushed us before we took her. Is she your prey?" The bandit smirked. Dragons are prideful creatures. It was common knowledge that touching their prey was a sure way to get a dragon angry. Nov compew. The bandit fired the bolt. Arad saw it rushing. He was too far away to run, but he still had a trick. The teleportation, Zon. In an instant, Arad's body disappeared silently. Clang. He then beside Aella, deflecting the bolt with his wing. "He wants the girl," a bandit yelled. "Move back slowly. The dragon might calm as long as we move away from the girl." The bandit started taking slow steps to the back. "Here is it, boy. We're leaving your prey alone." A bandit said, "We will not disturb your meal any further. Let's end this peacefully." Especially after seeing him teleport, they knew this wormling was abnormal. Don't let a single one leave alive. Roar, 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 Arad roared, shaking the forest again. Alla clogged her ears as she felt her eardrums about to explode. Running from the city, Alcott rushed faster than a horse, his blade in hand, and his eyes set on the forest. Thud! Thud! Each of his heavy steps tore a chunk of the ground. Bam! With a single jump, he leaped into the top of a tree. Bam! Bam! He leaped from one tree to the other. Roar! Roar! He heard Arad's second roar. His face tensed up, and his forehead started sweating. "Please don't die on me. I don't want to deal with an angry mother." Zon Arad teleported into the middle of the bandits, swinging his claw. Slash. His claws sunk into the flesh of one of the bandits. Grua! The man cried. Thud! Thud! 2 bandits surrounded Arad. One swung a mace, and the other a machete. Arad waved his body like a snake, twisting his spine and torso to evade the attack, and at the same time he slammed one of the bandits on the leg with his tail. Crack. The bandit fell on the ground where Arad stomped him. Bam. The other bandit kicked Arad in the guts, and his leg broke upon contact. But Arad felt the hit. Ayla forced herself to stand, grabbing one of the bandit knives and stabbing him in the neck. Arad looked at her. A bandit was about to slash her back. Zon, Arad teleported behind Ayla and opened his jaw. Crack. Kaboom. A void breath blasted the bandit away, and the secondary shockwave pulled the other bandits. Without a moment's rest, Arad opened his jaw again. Firebolt. Level 3. R3 Firebolt. Level 3 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 R3 one after the other. Arad started blasting like a machine gun of magic. The bandits caught in his range ended up scorched white, the rest hid behind the trees. As Arad closed his mouth, one of the bandits rushed in and punched Ayla in the face. "Let's separate them. I will handle the elf, bitch." Hearing him, the remaining bandits surrounded Arad. The bandit rushed at Ayla, swinging a second punch at her face. She took a stance and deflected his fist, retaliating with a kick. The bandit grabbed her leg and kicked her in the face, but she didn't flinch. Thud. She leaped up, twisting her torso on his leg, and kicked his face. The bandit rolled away. He lost balance using two legs, and her surprise kick got him nicely in the nose. The bandit immediately stood and blew the blood from his nose. "I like me a girl who can kick my ass. You're mine after this," Ayla growled. Her broken leg and dislocated shoulder are weighing her too much. "Agra!" she screamed, charging in with a punch, but the bandit pulled his one-handed axe. Ayla pulled her fist at the last moment before he could cut it. "Surprise, girl! Give up!" the bandit screamed. "Road! Ah!" Arad roared in the back, trying to find an opening to rush to her. Thud, 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 thud! From one tree to another, Alcott leaped until he saw the battlefield, his vision locked on the bandit swinging his axe at Ayla. Crack. It all took less than blinking. Alcott fell from the tree with a downward swing, and the bandit's axe exploded, his body cut in half from head to groin. Alcott grabbed his sword, glaring forward like a monster. Action, surge, adrenaline rush, Actrian surge. Clap. Alcott flashed through the bandits, leaving a blast where he stood. Slash, 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 slash 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 slash. Adrenaline rush gives him another chance to attack, and he can double with his second action surge. In total, Alcott ended with 16 attacks in 1 second. That was enough to kill all the remaining bandits before they could realize it. When Alcott landed after the second ended, a loud boom roared, causing Aella to fall to the ground, covering her ears. The sound was generated by his blades slashing through their armor and bones. Chapter 16. How Dragons Cultivate Their Power and Wealth. Ared stared at Alcott's back, debating whether he should run or stay. The man known as the Dragon Slayer have arrived, and he can't stand a chance against him. Thud. Ared took a step backward, keeping his eyes on Alcott. Back away slowly and hope he won't attack us. Just as Ared started moving, Alcott stared at him. A strange wormling, you remind me of astral dragons, but you have legs. Alcott sheathed his sword and sighed. Thank the divines I reached in time. Only they knew what kind of disaster your mother would have caused had you died. He smiled. Go. Don't approach human cities again. Let's run away. We will return to the city later. Aella stood looking at Ared. Are you injured? She rushed toward him immediately, alerting both Ared and Alcott. Ared leaped back. Stay away from me, idiot. Aella chased him. Why are you running, Ared? Come here and let me see if you got injured. She spilled the beans on the spot. Stupid elf. Damn it. Should I bolt away? Alcott stared at them. Ared? Is this wormling Ared? He looked at them slowly approaching. Ared tried to speak, but he could only growl as a wormling. His vocal cords haven't developed. Alcott lifted his hands. Listen, I'm not here to hurt you. Wave your wings if you understand me. He would have killed us if he wanted to. Give him a chance, but be ready to bolt away with teleportation. Can I transform back to my human side? Arad asked with a worried thought. You can't until you eat and recover. Your humanoid body is at 0 HP. Arad waved his wings and Alcott smiled. This explains the air around you. Arad, are you? Aella tried to approach him, but she fell on her face, tearing up like a little kid. Alcott stared at her with a smile. Elves are dexterous. They can even run with sprung ankles and broken bones, he explains. Alcott stared at Arad. Can you transform back into a human? Arad shook his head. Let me change the question. Will you be able to transform back soon? Arad nodded, looking toward the corpses. Can you do it in less than a day? Alcott scratched his beard. You can transform back just after eating. Arad nodded. That sounded like a plan. Alcott smiled. I will take the girl to get healed and report the bandit attack. The bandits have captured a wormling and intend to sell it in the city. You and Aella found them and eliminated the threat. I will tell this story. Arad stared at him, confused, but Alcott smiled. I'm more than a dragon slayer. I'm the dragon meditator. I'm the one to look for when negotiating with dragons, he explained. Dragons are the apex predator and the strongest living intelligent creatures. Due to the dragon's might, fighting them is considered a stupid idea. Most humanoid cities resort to peaceful negotiation with either bribe, sacrifice, bartering, or mutual benefit relationship to deal with them. A city dealing with a mighty red dragon might resort to sacrificing a single beautiful maiden each year. The settlement would prefer to appease the dragon instead of raising a 10,000-man army to kill the beast, because that would result in countless deaths. Dragons are greedy. You can bribe them for benefits. But most dragons walk by the rule. Wealth belongs to those strong enough to take it. That has caused the need for strong individuals to deal with dragons, and Alcott is one of them. Alcott took Aella and headed back to the town while Arad turned toward the bandit corpses. Should I eat those? Probably not. The authorities will look for the corpses. Eat one of the toads, as we can always hunt more. Arad strolled toward the closest giant toad corpse should I munch on it. That isn't necessary. You can throw it into your stomach and consume it like that. Eating directly from his inventory was possible. Arad approached the toad's corpse, touching it with his claws. Zon! The toad's body disappeared, and Arad could sense it inside his stomach. This toad can sustain you for a week, but if you want to grow faster, you best eat one daily. One? Each day? Arad gasped. That was a lot of meat. Dragons can survive for a long time without food, but they need a lot of it to sustain their power and grow stronger. Dragons grow stronger the more they age. You can hasten your growth by cultivating? Want to start now? Mom suggested. Arad stared at his surrounding. Can I do it now? That's what I said. Activate your void eyes. When Arad looked through the void, he could see hundreds of sparkling stars around him, glittering like precious gems. What are those? The souls of the dead. They are the way you're going to cultivate your power. Mom then proceeded to explain the void dragon's age stages. First stage, wormling, 0 to 16 years. Second stage, very young, 17 to 32 years. Third stage, young, 33 to 64 years. Fourth stage, juvenile, 65 to 128 years. Seventh stage, young adult, 129 to 256 years. Sixth stage, adult, 257 to 512 years. Seventh stage, mature adult, 513 to 1024 years. Eighth stage, old, 1025 to 156 years. Ninth stage, very old, 1537 to 2048 years. 10th stage, ancient, 2048 to 3072 years. 11th stage, Wyrm, 3073 to 4096 years. 12th stage, Great Wyrm, 4090 plus years. You can either wait and grow naturally or cultivate to increase your growth speed, and before you ask, this won't reduce your lifespan. And she then went on explaining it. Each soul has its worth, and none are the same. The soul of a baby is worthless. The soul of a frail old man is meaningless. You want the soul of someone in his prime around 30. Their level also adds up in days. A man around 30 years old will be worth around a month. His being a level 10 will add another 10 days. To proceed to the next stage, you must cultivate the necessary time, but humanoid souls can corrupt your mind. You better stick to using monsters for cultivation, even though they offer much less value. There is also another way for dragons to cultivate, and that is by hoarding wealth. Gold, magic items, artworks, ancient relics, jewelry, and gems of marvelous value. Even the service of humanoids would count. The more wealth you acquire, the faster your cultivation will be. For how to store your hoard as a void dragon, your stomach is the best place. Why does gathering wealth increase my cultivation speed? I don't know. But it's one of the reasons why dragons are greedy. Also, it doesn't matter how you get your wealth, novenly te, so I need to eat, kill monsters, gather every gold coin I see, and get a ton of wives. Do I understand it right? Pretty much. Arad transformed into his humanoid form, feeling pain across his whole body. What do you want to do now? Finding a cure to the void dragons comes first, but besides that, I want a mountain of gold with 1,000 women dancing on it. Your mother would be proud. But we need to deal with Alcott first. Arad sighed, looking down with a worried face. Chapter 17 breached contract. Arad started looking toward the city. How much are the Toad's souls worth? Not much. Just a little over a month. Arad, Ant Air, name. Arad Orion, race Void Dragon, class Draconic Mage, level 220, expect 2900. Subclass Void Knight. Age stage, Wormling, 1 month and 3 days. Stats +1, stat point, 12 agility, 20 constitution, 14, magic 20, intelligence 20, wisdom 20, HP 154th, MP 60, SP 1060, skills, claws, bite, innate skills, void magic, void power, alternate form, breath weapon, void biology, void eyes, void existence, void walk resistance, all elements new. Immunities, time, space, magic non-is-tarst. I added a tracker to your age. You will reach the very young stage at 17 years. I have an extra stat point. Do I get it when I level up? No, you get 1 each of 2 levels, but you will get a massive boost if you increase your age stage. Arad smiled, stretching his arm and hurting his shoulder. I should get back to the city. Aella must be worried. He turned around, but then felt that something was off. Mom, do you feel this? I don't have your senses. Describe what you feel. Someone is watching us, as Arad said that. The ground rumbled and the bushes before him trampled. From between the trees, a gigantic lizard green with wings and claws glared at him. Don't move. It's ancient. The creature standing before them was a green dragon. I heard a wormling scream and came to check it. The dragon growled. But look what I found. A void kid. What do you want? How did you get here? Arad asked, his voice shaking. This dragon isn't an opponent he could hope to scratch. I will answer your second question first. I flew here. The dragon looked down at Arad. We dragons can fly as silently as owls and camouflage ourselves better than most lizards. You still haven't learned that. The dragon circled toward Arad, sniffing him. A newborn, I could still smell the egg's mucus on you. You better wash it off with your elemental energy. He's lying. Void dragons don't have any smell. I'm sure I washed it off, Arad replied, and the dragon giggled. I thought you void dragons lack smell? It doesn't matter, and make sure other dragons can't know your nature. The dragon wiggled its neck. I was passing by and happened to hear your roar, said to myself, I could save you. Green dragons are manipulative liars, don't believe a word. Save me. My lair is up north in the crypt forest of Clog. Feel free to visit me. The dragon turned around, expanding its wings. What would I gain from visiting you? Arad yelled. The protection of a green dragon, and before you ask, I get the service of a void wormling. The dragon disappeared, thud. It then flew away as quickly as it appeared. What do you want to do? Arad replied, sighing in relief. I will visit him when I reach ancient status. I will add it as a quest in your system. Feel free to ignore or follow it. The Green Dragon Invitation. A green dragon invited you to its lair in the crypt forest of Clog. Recommended status, ancient. Arad slowly walked to the city, thinking about what he should do. Spend the stat point on strength. Finished. And Acrid, Arid Orion, race, Void Dragon, class, Draconic Mage level, 220 XP 2900 subclass, Void Knight, age stage, Wormling 1 month and 3 days. Stats, strength, 13, agility, 20 constitution, 14, magic 20, intelligence 20, wisdom 20, HP 154th, MP 60 SP 10 sixths, enter C. He walked to the guild where he stood in front of the door. His legs screamed in pain. Lifting his hand, he slowly pushed the door open, and all the adventurers stared at him. Arad returned. Call the healers, they screamed, half rushed inside, and the other half hurried to carry him. Let me go, I can walk, Arad growled. No, do you want Nina to beat us? We're taking you inside. They rushed him into a room where a healer waited. Alcott and Alla visited him after he healed. How are you doing? Alcott asked with a smile. He stared at Arad as if he was an injured kid. Alive, and that's what matters. He stood and looked at Alla. We'll have a long talk about running your mouth later. She shrunk into the corner, scared. Come on, give the girl a break. I won't spill your secret. Alcott smiles. I know how dangerous it is to make a dragon angry, and I don't know where your parents are. He laughed. He could kill him. Alcott had the strength to do it, but he was afraid of Arad's parents. I don't think I can trust you, Arad growled. You're a dragon slayer. Listen, I don't mind you as long as everyone is safe. Start killing people and then we'll have a problem. Alcott growled, glaring at Arad. Arad sighed. I won't hurt people. He then stared at Aella. She's an exception now. Alcott stared at her. I can't say what you can or can't do with your slaves. If she broke the contract, I'm staying out of it. Lifting his hands, he backed away. Then someone knocked on the door. Arad, someone is looking for you. Nina called him. Arad stood. I will go see what it is. As he walked downstairs, his legs and shoulders kept hurting. Each step is agonizing enough to make him want to scream. You were forced to transform. That's agonizing to avoid the pain. I suggest transforming it into your draconic form before losing all of your HP. I understand, but keeping my secret is important. When Arad reached the guild hall, he found a man he never saw before waiting for him. Arad Orion? Can we get a private room to talk in? The man asked immediately. Arad looked at Nina. Please get us a room. Nina guided them to a private room with a worried face. Should I sit with you? She asked. No, I will be fine, Arad replied with a smile, waving his hand. After getting comfortable, the man cleared his throat. I'm from the slave market. We got notice that Ayla broke her contract with you. Are you aware of that? Arad nodded, and the man looked down. Spilled information. We don't know what she spilled, but it's not something you wanted to get out. He looked Arad in the eyes. We can interrogate her to know what she spilled. You can also take that job into your hands. He sighed. I already know the full details. Ayla spilled it to someone while I was present. Arad replied while scratching his head, What should I do with her? 2 things. We can modify the contract in your favor or physically punish her. Of course, you can punish her yourself, the man said, but we can also ignore an equal slip on your side. 1 by 1 is the rule. Arad thought about it. I will take the last option. I don't feel like beating her over it. The man smiled, and then looked at Arad. Assaulting the girl will still count as a breach. What do you think me? Arad growled. I won't see this as a chance, he sighed. Then what do you intend to do? The man asked. I'm thinking about it, Arad replied. Chapter 18, Into the Bath. Arad stood and exited the room after finishing his talk with the man. Nina and Ayella were waiting for him outside. Is everything fine? Nina asked, staring at him. First, I stink. You stink as well, he pointed at Ayala. Where's the closest bath, he asked. Nina looked taken aback by his words. A bath? You should find one behind the plaza. Thank you. Arad turned to leave, but she grabbed his hand. Please, wait a moment. Your reward for the toad quest. She pulled out a small leather purse. Alcott reported 6 giant toads dead and several bandits. This money is the toad's reward. The small purse had 1 silver coin and 25 copper coins. By the way, can I take a smile quest? Arad asked, and Nina nodded. There has been one released just now? Are you sure you want to go on a quest again? Arad nodded. Actually, from his bag he pulled 10 slime cores. I already got them earlier. He handed her the cores with a smile. Nina stared at them for a while. Fine, here's your payment, 50 copper coins. He then stared at her. Can Ayla take the quest as well? He asked with a wide grin. She can take it once a day like you, Nina replied, and Arad handed her another 10 slime cores. This is for her quest. You can't take a quest for her. Ella, what do you say? I will take the quest. Nina sighed, grabbing her head. Fine, here you go. She counted the slime cores and handed the money to Alla. I will let you know, usually things like this are unaccepted. Arad smiled. I know, all I care about now is money. Money isn't the answer to everything, Nina said, and Arad stared at her. But it's the answer to most things. He smiled. Strength and money. I need an abundance of them. Nina sighed. Do what you like, but don't get yourself killed. She then looked at Ayala. And don't get her hurt. Ninat me Ed nodded. He still needed a way to convince Ayala to be his mate. Take it slow and don't be mean. Do you know how much the bathing cost? Arad asked while looking at the door. If I remember correctly, it's 50 copper coins per person, Nina replied. Arad scratched his chin. All of the slime money? He and Ayla walked outside the guild, and Alcott approached Nina. Interesting, isn't it? He said. Interesting in what you haven't reported about the dragon you rushed for earlier? Nina said, glaring at Alcott. Dragons are dangerous. The last thing a city wants is a problem with one due to the stupid actions of an adventurer. I freed the wormling. You don't have to worry about that, Alcott replied with a smile. I find it hard to believe. You usually take it to the nest, which takes days. How did you just let it go? Nina glared at him. It was a violent one. I can't help it, Alcott smiled. It was better to let the wormling do its things alone, Nina sighed. You're the expert. Just make sure you don't cause us trouble, Alcott laughed. Well then, I'm going to the bath. See you later. He smiled, leaving the guild while waving his hand. Alla and Arad walked toward the bath. Are you angry? She asked, staring at his face. I would be lying to say I'm not angry, but that doesn't mean I'm going to eat you over it, Arad replied. Do not reveal it to anyone. Sorry, it won't happen again, but you didn't tell me before that you were a dragon. She walked ahead of him. I'm not blaming you for it. That's a reason, Arad sighed. But aren't you a level 12? Couldn't you escape the toad's stomach on your own? Ayala looked to the side, her face bright red while her hands trembled. You're right, I should be able to escape alone. Arad stopped. Why didn't you escape? She stared at him with a scared face. I couldn't use my magic, she replied. Each time I try using a spell, I see their faces. I do not like where this is going. Faces? The elves who died at my hand, can I tell you a story? She stared into his eyes. You don't seem comfortable talking about it, so just get to the point. Arad started walking with her. I'm an elvish arcane archer. I can use a bow and wind magic. She looked at the sky. In short, I tried casting a spell far higher than I can handle and ended up teleported here from the elvish continent. Was it an accident? Is that why you can't cast magic? I appeared in the middle of the war between humans and elves, but a storm emerged with me that diverted the elves' arrow back at them. I caused the elves to lose the war. I assume a lot of elves died by the arrows she diverged, but why didn't they persecute her? I need you to cast magic, Arad said, looking at her face. I tried. but I couldn't do it. She looked at her hand. When I remember the dead elves, I lose concentration, and my spells fail. Arad scratched his head. This situation is a bit difficult. Aella's trauma. Help Aella cast a 0-tier spell. The lower the spell, the less concentration it needs. Aella should be able to cast 0-tier with a bit of willpower. I will look into that tomorrow or tonight. For now, we reached the bath. Arad stared ahead of him. The large building radiated a bit of heat from its wide-open door. Strangely enough, the place seemed quiet. Upon entering, Arad saw an old woman standing behind the counter. 2 people, please. He approached her. The old woman smiled, pointing toward the doors behind her. Get in. The women to the right and men to the left. You will pay after your bath. She smiled. Thank you. Arad thanked her, but Aella caught his hand. Do we have a change of clothes? She whispered, and Arad froze. No, we don't. Just a moment later, Alcott entered from the door. Arad, you still here? He said with a smile. Alcott? Aella stared back at him. What are you doing here? She asked. The same as you. I came here for a bath. Why haven't you entered yet? Arad scratched his chin. Well, about that. He told Alcott about how they forgot to get some clothes. After listening seriously for a moment, Alcott laughed. How did that happen? I just forgot to buy some. Arad sighed. He needed a rest to get his life together. You lack management skills. You're expecting too much from a newly hatched baby, he screamed internally. Alcott stared at the old woman managing the bath. Mom, I have some old clothes, right? The old woman nodded. I have some old clothes as well, she nodded. She's your mom? Aella gasped, staring at them. Yeah, she owned the bath. Alcott smiled. Go in the bath. I will bring you the clothes before you finish, the old woman said, entering into the side room. Chapter 19. Tales of the S rank. Arad entered the men's bath with Alcott, while Aella headed alone to the women's section. Inside the men's bath, Arad couldn't help but notice his Alcott's scared body. Burns and bruises spared no spot from his back down to his legs. Alcott noticed Arad staring at him, and he smiled. This one? He pointed at a scar on his shoulder. I got it from an angry werewolf. You can see the shape of his teeth here. Arad looked away, scratching his cheek. I assume you managed to kill him? No, I dragged him back to the church where they cured his curse. He bit me as I carried him. Alcott replied with a straight face. Does this man know how dangerous werewolves are? He could have caught the curse. Weren't you afraid of getting cursed as well? Arad asked, and Alcott laughed. Thankfully you failed. It's dangerous to be inexperienced. Arad sighed, but Alcott approached him. Let me tell you a secret. I did get cursed and became a werewolf for over a year before curing myself. Arad backed away. Are you crazy? No, I just got bored smelling like a wet dog the whole day. Arad scratched his head, so I aimed for vampirism next. This man is crazy. We should leave. Arad found a stool to sit on. I find it hard to believe you. Alcott looked him in the eyes. Look here at my neck. He pointed toward 2 fang marks. I did find a vampire, a hot woman at that. I did a quest to kill her. So you killed her after turning you into a vampire? Arad asked, finally getting interested in the tales of the old adventurer. Alcott grinned. No, we made a deal. He started talking. The quest was to kill a vampire. So I went there with the intent to kill the beast, but when I found she was a hot woman, I tried to capture her alive to turn me into a vampire. And you won? Yes, I beat her to a pulp, and we made a deal. I let her live in exchange for turning me into a vampire, but there was a twist. What do you think it was? Vampires can enthrall the people they turn. I bet he spent a long while as her slave. She enthralled you? No, I turned into a vampire stronger than her, so she couldn't control me. The twist is that she couldn't run away. Everyone still hunted her. Alcott smiled, puffing her chest. We married so the church won't see her as a threat. She lives in this city with me. This demon can't keep getting away with it. Are you a vampire now? No, I cured myself a few years ago. My wife is still a vampire, though. Alcott laughed. Arad's head started hurting. Are you a human now? How many monsters have you turned into? You can say I'm a human now. Alcott rested his arms on his waist. I became a werewolf, vampire, zombie, warbear, weretiger, and even a frog at some time. I remember a magic item that turned me into a woman for a month. That was horrible to go through. Alcott stared at Arad. Don't activate any magic item before having a wizard apprise it first, or you might end with 2 nasty bulges on your chest. You went through a lot. No wonder you're an S rank. Arad sighed, getting ready to get out of the bath. You're right. You can't reach S rank without having a hiccup or two. He scratched his head. I'm a bit tame compared to other S rank. They are crazy. Like what? Arad asked. A friend of mine kidnapped the princess of the neighboring kingdom. Just for him to return married to her 2 years later, he infiltrated the royal castle and kidnapped her sister 3 days before her wedding. When they tried to stop him, he took the queen and ran away for another year. Alcott sighed. So he's a criminal. Why are they letting him stay as an S rank? Arad asked. The king was a tyrant, forcing his daughters to marry different nobles to further his political power. But don't worry about him. My friend killed him a few years ago and is the king now. Alcott smiled. He's a good guy, I swear. His name is Javor, and he likes to fool around a lot. Arad got exhausted from listening to him, so he decided to leave. In the changing room, Arad found a batch of clothes waiting for him. They were a gift from Alcott's mother. They were a set of clean clothes. They were a bit big for him, but they looked nice. After getting out, he found Ayla waiting for him in the guest area, chatting with a red-haired woman. Arad, what took you so long? Ayla stood, rushing at him. Alcott burned my ears with his stories. Who's the one you're talking with? Arad asked. The woman looked young, barely surpassing her early 20s. For some reason, her red eyes gave him a strange feeling. Ah, she is Madame Ginger, Alcott's wife. Ayla smiled, and Arad froze in place. The vampire, the vampire. They both screamed internally. Nice to meet you. You're the new adventurer Alcott has been talking about? Ginger asked, with a smile that scared Arad. She is scary. To think a vampire is hiding between people. You're a dragon hiding between people. Arad froze in place, unable to find a reply. All he could think of was bringing her vampirism up. Say something about Ayla and diverge the conversation. I see you have met Ayla, Arad asked with a smile, looking toward Ayla. Ginger smiled. Of course she's a sweet girl. Her face and ears flush red at the faintest compliment. I bet her blood is quite light. Arad shuddered. I assure you, she tastes sour. Ella stared at him. What do you mean? Ginger touched her cheek. Ella didn't mention you were in that kind of relationship. She grinned. But worry not, I won't tell anyone. What are you two talking about? Ella got thrown out of the loop, unable to keep up with the two. Ah! It was then that Alcott exited the bath, stretching his arms. That was a nice bath, especially since not many people are here today. Alcott's mother glared at him from behind the counter. Having fewer customers is a bad thing. Ask the carpenter to make us a new sign, she yelled at him. I told you, it's not a signs problem. The water is just a bit too hot for most people. We have to find a way to cool it down a bit. Alcott dried his hair with a toad that Ginger handed to him. Say, Arad, want to go on a quest with me to the cave system beneath the city? Alcott asked with a wide smile. To do what? I just said it. To find the spring's source and try to cool it a bit. I'm going with Ginger. You can come with Ayla if you want, and I will pay handsomely. Alcott approached Arad. I will think about it, Arad replied, Chapter 20. The classes. I will go with you, Arad nodded. It wouldn't harm anyone to get some experience fighting with an S rank. Arad approached the counter to pay, but Alcott stopped him. No need for that. Let's go to the blacksmith and get a weapon. Arad glared at him. At least let me pay. No, this our bath. You and the girl can use it for free, Alcott declared. I find it hard to believe you. Arad sighed. Alcott approached him, whispering, I'm trying to build a good relationship with a dragon, at least play along. He smiled. This man, you're talking with that dragon. Is that all right? Arad whispered back. Dragons usually ask for millions of gold coins in exchange for protection. If doing this will get us a friendly dragon, then I am all for it, Alcott whispered again. Arad sighed, dropping his shoulders and looking down. Fine, do what you like. Alcott smiled, having struck a deal with a dragon. Arad, should we go now? Ayla approached him, looking at Alcott and his mother. Yeah, I'm a bit exhausted. Let's find an inn, Arad replied, walking toward the door with Ayla behind him. Hold a moment, Ginger called them. You can spend the night here, she suggested. Sorry, but I wouldn't feel right. Arad rejected her offer immediately. Still scared of the vampire. I'm sure she is a nice person, but I don't want to sleep under the same roof as a vampire, Arad replied, glaring back at Ginger and imagining her attacking him at night. Then let me recommend an inn for you, Alcott approached them, pointing outside. From the northern gate, walk for south and then turn right at the large boulder. Just behind the Blue Ally, you can find a large tavern named the Moon Sparkle. Tell the bartender I sent you, and he will allow you to stay in his inn free of charge, Alcott explained, and Arad looked at him with one eye and a lifted eyebrow. Anyone can use your name, Arad said. The bartender is smart, but in case he missed you, tell him to remember the explosive nipple knife, Alcott said, and Arad got more confused. Hold up on the free rent. What is this explosive nipple knife? Arad couldn't help but feel more and more confused. It was a magical weapon, a knife. When you strike a mammal with it, its nipples fall off automatically and then explode. Alcott explained, the bartender put on a quest 20 years ago to hunt a thrive who used that weapon and attacked him, causing his nipple to explode. Magic items can get ridiculous and dangerous. Make sure to inspect before using. Yeah, I see that. Will I go through all of those crazy events as I rank up? Most likely, yes. Get prepared. Fine, I will go there. As Arad turned to leave, Alcott called him back. Tomorrow morning we'll go to the smithy. Make sure to come to find a weapon. Arad stared back at him and pointed at the mage staff on his back. I already have one. That's an old walking stick? It won't hold against a heavy impact. I will get a sword. You can't call yourself an adventurer without a sword. Alcott lifted his sword that rested at the wall. Do you remember the bandits? Arad remembered how Alcott fought at full power. Fighters are terrifying. Is it needed? I could use other weapons. Arad lifted his palm, referring to his draconic claws. It's how you can't be a wizard without loving Fireball. Wizards love blowing shit up. We love slicing and dicing, Alcott smiled. Are you saying the class had specific personalities? I can be a mage, but use my magic to fix things. Alcott shook his head. It's fated. One day you will blow what you're trying to fix. He approached Arad. Advice from someone with more experience. Make sure to keep classes in your mind. Fighters like to cut, smash, and stab things. Be ready to face them a lot. Barbarians are savage with anger issues. Don't test their patience. And let me tell you, they are hard to kill. Bards are sweet talkers and singers. They don't know when to shut up. If they keep talking after you tell them to stop, they are trying to cast magic with their words. I usually punch them in the face in self-defense. Druids are nature-loving bastards. Make sure to stay away from them. They will eat your head whenever you try to hunt for food. Clerics are religion-loving, hard-headed, annoying problem seekers. They won't let you kill anyone, break anything, or go anywhere without monitoring. But they can heal, so they are a hard pill to swallow. Monks are cool. All they want is peace and calm, but if you interrupt their meditation, they will start throwing hands everywhere. I had a monk friend. Her nickname is the Slap Queen because she slapped her way to a rank. No punches and no kicks. Only slap paladins are the holy child of a cleric and a fighter. If you find one, take them instead of a cleric. They can heal and fight with weapons, but they can't fully master anyone. The rangers are also good. I can't get enough of how good they are at scouting and hunting, but they have a strong love for animals, making them picky about killing wolves and bears. Rogues are what you expect, walking scandals and thieves, hired killers and heartless criminals, and everyone loves them for it. No party can be whole without a rogue. That is because most high quests will get into shady deals, and they are the masters of those. Need no vigom sorcerers are people who were born with magical power. Their personality change depending on their bloodline, but expect some unforgettable moments with them. I remember a sorcerer who knocked a whole guild in the West by farting. He had a poison-type bloodline. Alcott burst out laughing. Warlocks are just like the clerics, but they are more reasonable. You hear them crying about the power behind their eyes or the beast sleeping within. They are warlocks, and they are serious. Wizards are what all magic enthusiasts become, stinky bookworms that can blast a whole castle. But they are calculated and usually like to plan for everything. You can rely on them to shift the flow of battles. There is a reason why each country has an archwizard or an archmage. What's the difference between an archmage and an archwizard? Arad asked, pointing out the last line. Wizards study magic and focus on instant spells. They love fireballs and call lightning. You can hear them laughing from their tower as the elements blast everything below. Alcott then looked toward Arad. Archmages focus on ritual spells and alchemy, and most can't cast spells as quickly as wizards. But they can cast spells with more intricate effects. Usually they can result in more than just killing their target. Alcott finished explaining, and Arad thanked him. Thank you for the information. He smiled, waving his hand as he left for the moon-sparkled tavern. What will we eat for dinner? Ayala asked. Whatever we found at the tavern. I can't cook, can you? Arad stared at her. I can only kick plants. We elves don't eat meat or anything related to it. Ayala replied with a smile. Chapter 21 Tavern Fight Ardum Arad, and Ayala stood before the tavern's door. Is this the place? She asked, looking around. Yes, Arad pointed at the sign on top of the door that says Moon Sparkle. Arad slowly grabbed the door's handle. Let there be no nipple-cleaving knife. He then pushed the door open. Crack, bang. You scoundrel bastard, a woman screamed inside, swinging her glowing claymore at a hooded man. The man weaved to the side, rolling on a table, dodging the attack. When the sword smacked into the table, a loud cracking noise boomed, disintegrating the whole thing. Don't break my stuff, you damned paladin, the bartender shouted, hiding behind his counter and about to cry. Tell that to this scoundrel thief, the woman yelled, facing the thief with a deathly glare. The rogue ran to the corner and giggled. What are you talking about, blockhead? He pulled a paper from his pocket. Your church has no right to what I found. You agreed to this. The rogue immediately tucked the contract in his pocket and pulled his dagger. It's a waste to crave such a beautiful face, but you wanted this. In one swift move, the rogue pulled a needle from his pocket and threw it toward the paladin's face. The paladin pulled her shield up, deflecting the needle. At the same time, the rogue rushed into the crowd, using them as a cover to approach her. Thud! He swung his dagger at her side. Divine shield, a spectral shield, appeared at her side, deflecting the attack. At the same time, the paladin swung her bright sword down, Divine Smite. The rogue threw a needle with a wire attached to it toward the ground and ran around the paladin, dodging the attack. Bam! The paladin's sword hit the ground with a powerful shockwave, and without stopping, she turned around, chasing the rogue with her sword. The rogue leaped away, pulling the wire at the same time. The paladin's attack missed, and the wire pulled on her legs, breaking her balance to support herself. She leaned on her shield. Defense down, beautiful face to the trash bin. The rogue swung his dagger at her neck. The paladin glared up at him, her eyes glowing golden. Divine blast, thwack. A blast burst from her body, blocking the rogue's attack and sending him back. Say it again. She stood, her body flashing with divine light. You need to be more than a scoundrel to down a paladin, she growled. The rogue giggled, his body slamming on the wall. A tough nut to crack, he stood and walked sideways while keeping his eye on her. The rogue looked at the back, glaring at one of the customers. The customer got distressed. The rogue's eyes instilled fear in his heart that he attempted to step back. Just before the customer's foot hit the ground, the rogue screamed, "Stab her!" Thud! The paladin then heard the step behind her, mistaking it for another attacker. She quickly turned around, swinging her blade and only hitting air. As the paladin realized the rogue's trick, she turned back with a swing only to see a dagger flying toward her. The bastard disappeared. Clang! She deflected it. "Slippery bastard!" she yelled, looking for the rogue. The rogue rushed between the crowd and lunged at her back with a low stab. The paladin heard his step's divine blast. Bam! She immediately deflected the rogue, but he rushed back in, pulling a second dagger. Twin, fang, two simultaneous swings, a dagger from the left and one from the right. Die thud! The paladin stomped the ground and then deflected the rogue's left attack with her sword and left strike with her shield. Thwack! She kicked the rogue in the guts, pushing him to the other side of the tavern. Crack! She broke several tables with him. The rogue barely stood up, coughing. "Fine, let's end this," he growled. The paladin lifted her sword, making it flash with bright light. "Tonight is your end. Pray to whoever god you worship." "Someone stop those two idiots." The bartender screamed from behind his counter. "I want to stop them." "That's dangerous. But won't it be better than relying on Alcott's reputation?" "No. Then I will stop them." Nubalor. Arad rushed in, aiming at the paladin. "What?" Aella gasped as she saw him rush in, so she ran behind him, eyes on the rogue. As the paladin swung her sword toward the rogue, he cast some weird spell on his dagger and stabbed forward. Thud. Arad stepped between them, facing the paladin, his eyes flashing red and with a fist engulfed in flames. He opened his palm and caught the paladin's roaring sword, K.A. Dawn. At the same time, Aella leaped behind him, facing the rogue. Action surge. She swung her open palm with her speed. She could hit 3 times a second, but with action surge that increased to 6 hits a second. The rogue couldn't handle her. One punch to the wrist disarmed him. One punch to the chin and a backhand to the cheek knocked him out. A kick to the nuts destroyed his future. A headbutt to the face broke his nose, and lastly, an elbow to the chest that sent him to the ground. As Arad caught the paladin's sword, he used the flames as a cover to hide his void magic. "Let's see if your weapon can handle the void." Crack. Bam. The paladin's sword exploded in Arad's hand, shattering into small pieces. The woman stared at him in shock, unable to believe what her eyes had just seen. Arad swung his palm, blood dripping from it. "Say, want to fight more?" He glared at her, his fists roaring in flame. Ka-dam. His flames crackled, lighting the whole tavern. The paladin lifted her hands. "No, my aim is the rogue, nothing else." Arad looked back. The rogue was out cold on the ground, with Aella poking him with the broken leg of a chair. "Wake up. I didn't hit you that hard," she mumbled. "Then he's all yours. Go fight outside," Arad said, pointing to the door. "Don't go around breaking people's stuff. Evil should get purged the moment it appears," the paladin said. Arad quickly glared back at her. "What did you just say?" "Such matters must be taken seriously, even if there is some collateral damage," she replied, declaring that she should fight in the tavern again if she had to. Arad approached her with an angry face, poking her forehead. "Listen here, take your fight outside." He looked back at the bartender. He was listening. "You dare talk to a paladin like this?" The woman growled, but Arad stopped her. "Will you fight in the church?" "No," she replied immediately. "Then get out," he shouted at her face. "Don't be a scumbag like a criminal and destroy the property of innocent people." The woman stared at Arad's face silently. "Speak up." Arad growled. "Sorry? But are you the one who fought Alcott to rank up?" the woman asked with a puzzled face. "Yeah, that's me," he replied with a straight face. "You two sound the same, yelling like a barbarian." She scratched her head. "Ah, sorry about it. I won't fight in the tavern again. Are you happy? She said. Say that to the bartender, and the rogue is yours, Arad smiled. Chapter 22, The Dragon's First Tavern Night. I, Arad, walked toward the counter, smiling. Bartender, can we get a room for two? Alcott sent us. He said, This is a nice place to stay. Aella opened her mouth, and Arad glared at her. Why do you bring his name? He wanted to scream. You're Alcott's friends. I should have guessed from the way you jumped to stop the fight. The bartender smiled, but sadly we don't have any empty rooms for two. He looked at the ledger. The only available room is for one person. Arad stared at Aella. Should we take it? Why ask me? She tilted her head. I don't have a problem sleeping in the same room with a woman or 100 women. But do you have a problem sleeping in the same room as me? He asked, and the bartender smiled. You're right. Women tend to be annoyed about it. He scratched his chin. But you have to wait till next week for another room. Aella stared at them. Why would I oppose? It's not like we have another choice. Her answer surprised them, but the bartender guessed she was confident. How much is the room? Arad asked. You're Alcott's friends, and you saved my tavern. I would give you the room for just 50 copper coins a night, meals included, of course. The bartender smiled. Boo, not fair, old man, some adventurers opposed in the back. Shut up, lazy noggins. What were you doing when the idiots were fighting? He glared at them, grabbing a wooden mug. Do you want us to face a paladin? Bang. The bartender threw the mug at the man. Silence, lazy ass, he growled, and then smiled at Arad. Please enjoy your room, handing him a key. Your meal will be ready in a few minutes, so come back down. Arad grabbed the key and paid the bartender immediately. Where is the room? Upstairs at the end of the hallway. The bathroom is in the back. The bartender pointed Arad, thanked him, and then headed toward the room with Aella. This place looks cozy, Aella said. It looks too noisy for us to get restful sleep, Arad replied, hearing the chatter of the adventurers inside the tavern. Gross, a man cried. Told you, elves are a disgrace to humanoids. A woman wearing leather armor barely covering anything yelled, A barbarian like you can never understand our refined taste. The high elf sitting ahead of her growled, banging his mug on the table. I told you we need 10 meters of rope, the man said, trying to be calm. 33 feet. It's easier this way, the elf said with a smile. Arad listened carefully, curious as to what they meant, as he also had an elf with him. Why do you keep counting with feet and fingers? Stop it. The barbarian woman fell on her back, laughing. You lowly humans don't understand the prestige of our culture. That's why we high elf surpassed you in magic. The elf smiled, dowing his mug. Tell me, why feet and nothing else? The man asked, and the elf got excited. Nothing beats the sweet taste of a maiden's fresh toes. Bonk! The man smacked him in the face with his mug. The elf rolled on the ground. We also use arms, toes, and fingers as measurements. He laughed, standing up. The barbarian woman helped him up. We also count weights in the pound. He gasped, It's how much force you need to use to unmaiden an elvish maiden. Bang! The man knocked him on the head. He's knocked out cold. The barbarian woman checked him. He had too much to drink, the man said, carrying the elf away. Arad faced Aella. What is he talking about? We have women called the Maidens of the World Tree. They are all born twins with identical features no matter the time or age, so we use them as constants for measurement. Aella explained. The tree just gives birth to them now and then. Arad then showed her his staff. How long is this? About 5 feet. You call it 1.5 meters. Aella looked at him. I can convert, so don't worry about it. She smiled. That isn't what I'm worried about, but let's move on. They headed toward their room, and when Arad pushed the door, it cracked like a screaming monster. Cree-e! It needs some oil. Aella looked at the hinges. I hope other things are better. She then turned to look inside. There was a single bed, a table, and a chair. Nothing else. Wow, it's empty, Aella gasped. I will ask if he has any other beds. Arad went out and returned a few moments later. He has none, Aella smiled. It's fine. I will sleep on the ground. She looked at the corner. No, I'm the one who will sleep on the ground. You take the bed, Arad said, staring at her. Why? Just use the bed. He walked to the corner and leaned his staff against the wall. I'm a dragon and used to sleeping outside. She can get sick from sleeping on cold ground. I don't have the money to spend on her. Arad looked at her face. I might be an archer, but I started as a fighter. I have more resilience than a sorcerer. She used the same logic at him. You will get sick. Do you think a fighter is more resilient than me? She stared at him, remembering that he was a dragon. Fine, I will use the bed. She sighed, looking down at the bed. She threw her bow in the corner and grabbed the edge of her armor, looking toward Arad, his eyes fixed on her. I'm going to change my clothes, she said. And I'm here watching. I always wanted to see how an armor worn with all those straps. He looked intensively at her. He? She gasped, wondering if he was serious. I guess you're an animal, like a pet. I shouldn't worry about getting naked with you in the room, Aela mumbled. I'm not an animal, Arad replied immediately. Then leave me, idiot. She glared at him with an exhausted face. You better leave for now. Let's see if the dinner is ready. Arad stood. Fine. I will be going. Aela stared at him, confused. You were determined to watch just a moment ago, she asked. I changed my mind, Arad replied. I will go see if dinner is ready. He then left the room, walking downstairs. Nubnit? Down in the tavern, Arad sat on the counter. Bartender, is the dinner ready yet? Still some time, wait for the lady, the bartender replied, pushing a glass of water toward him. At least, give me something to drink. Arad looked at the water. Drinking on an empty stomach is bad, the bartender replied. Want me to prepare any ration for tomorrow? No need. We won't be going far enough to need it. Arad sighed, drinking his water. Creak, thud. A woman pulled the chair and sat beside Arad with a smile. She is the paladin from earlier. Your name is Arad. How are you doing? She looked at his hand. He showed her his palm fully healed. You healed it? Impressive, she gasped. Arad will not tell her that he can change his form at will. What do you need? And sorry for breaking your sword. He stared at her face. Don't worry about it. Catching that scoundrel is worth it. She smiled. Are you alone with that elf girl? Need a melee adventurer? She asked. Arad thought about her offer for a moment. She's young and strong. She can give birth to a void egg, but I doubt if we can trust a paladin. Why? They are more loyal to the church and their god than their comrades. She will inform the church of your nature. Arad shook his head. I appreciate the offer, but I don't need more members, he smiled. Care to tell me why? She smiled. Arad stared at her. As you can see, I fight at melee range. Aela is the ranged fighter, he replied. I don't see the need for a melee member, but I can heal and buff as well, she said. Her argument is valid, striking 3 birds with 1 stone. Paladins are melee units that can heal, deal damage, and buff their allies. The buff is alluring, but I have to refuse. Arad looked at the bartender. How long for dinner? Wait a bit more. I'm not convinced. I'm not saying you can't reject me. I just want to know why. The woman stared at his face. Arad sighed. Want the truth? The paladin nodded. Of course. Why do I need to hear lies? She smiled. Tell me why I can't join your party. I can't trust a woman who approached the party before even stating her name. You also damaged the tavern, which no decent person should do. I suspect a lot of our property will shatter in your hand. He took a deep breath. On top of that, you lost your weapon to my bare hand. I doubt your skills. He glared at her. Chapter 23 bonus, The Dragon's First Tavern Night II. Arad stared at the paladin with a sharp glare. Lydia, sorry for forgetting to introduce myself. She looked at the table, sighing. Do you have a quest to do tomorrow? She asked. I'm going with Alcott on a quest. Her face tensed when she heard that. The S rank himself? Of course. He seems willing to let me tag along. Ella walked down stairs in her regular clothes. I finished. You should go change as well, she called. Arad stood. This is the end of our talk. He looked at Lydia. Sorry, but you have to look for another party. He headed upstairs to change clothes, and Ella sat at the counter. Lydia stared at Ella. Say, can I join your party? She asked. No, Ella replied immediately. Don't you need a melee fighter? No. Can you say anything besides no? No, Ella wasn't interested in starting a conversation. Ban. Someone kicked the tavern's door open. It was the rogue from earlier. Damn, those bastards are annoying, he growled. Lydia stood immediately. How did you escape? She yelled. Ha, are you still here? He stared at her. Good luck with keeping me tied. He walked toward the counter and sat on the other side of Ella. Leon, a drink, please. The bartender glared at the rogue. How many tables did you break? Nothing. You can't hold me accountable for anything. This cow here threw around and broke the tables. The rogue yawned, and Lydia swung a punch at him. He quickly dodged. You lack a sword, forget about fighting. The rogue laughed. Legally, he's right. Why were you two fighting anyway? The bartender glared at them. One of my friends belonged to their church. He was a believer. The rogue looked at Lydia. Their action made him change his mind, so he left them. The rogue tapped on the table. In their mind, and deserter of their religion should get killed, so they sent her to kill him after leaving their beliefs behind. That's the last we can do to keep them from sinning, Lydia growled. The rogue looked at the bartender. I helped him run away from the city and hide. They want me for that. The rogue laughed. He then stared at Ayala. Say, Girl, you pack one hell of a punch. You can call me Jack. He smiled. Ayala, nice to meet you, Ayala replied with a smile. You speak to him, Lydia growled. He introduced himself. She looked at her and then at Jack. Should I trust you? She asked him. Absolutely. Fucking not. He waved his hands. I heard you know Alcott and thought that joining your party might be a good source of money, he replied. You as well? Ayala glared at him. Is there any other reason? Jack tilted his head. Listen, money, fame, and survival. Those are the only things an adventurer looks for. You need to ask Arad. He has the final say in this matter, Ayala replied, and Jack smiled. You accept a criminal over a paladin? Lydia growled. I know he's a criminal. I can keep an eye on him, but you came under the guise of being good, a deceiver. Ayala glared at her. Alcott also that every party should have a rogue. Bang! Lydia smacked the table and left enraged on her way. She met Arad walking downstairs and growled at him. He looked back. What's her problem? Hey, Chief, Jack called him, waving his hand. Care for a word? Arad looked toward him. The rogue from earlier? Yeah, the name is Jack. Come for a drink. Jack called him in. Another pack of troubles, Arad sighed. Let's have Alcott look at him. Arad said between Ayala and Jack. So, what do you want? The bartender brought the food to Arad and Ayala. I want to make some money. Getting famous is not a thing we rogues want, but I will take it. Jack smiled. You have connections with the S-rank Alcott. Just wanted to tag alone if possible. I did intend to accept women only. Arad glared at him. You refused the church's dog. She's nice looking, you know. Jack smiled. That means you're looking for more than looking girls to play with. Arad smiled. What I look for is trust. Can I trust a rogue? You will never find a trustworthy rogue. If you wanted one, you have to risk it. Jack smiled. But let me tell you one tip. If you're a leader that can make money and is reliable, you can't trust anyone more than a rogue. Jack smiled. I won't nag on your head about where your money comes from. Fine, but we have to talk to Alcott tomorrow, Arad replied. And Jack smacked his back. Splendid, let it be a long-lasting friendship built on a mountain of gold. He laughed. Leon, beer for everyone if you like, coming right up. You don't have to. We haven't accepted you yet. Ayala stared at him with a pained laugh. She didn't like beer. Young lady, you don't seem to understand the art, Jack smiled. This isn't a beer. It is called a bribe. He stared at her. Little moves like this are what get deals done. Jack stretched his arms. Here comes the bribe. Drink to our wealth. Arad and Ayla had their dinner and then headed to their room, informing Jack to meet them early in the morning after dawn. "Hey, Chief," Jack called Arad as he was leaving. "What?" "The walls are thin, so don't go crazy. Everyone will hear you," Jack shouted, and Arad glared at him. Thud! Arad rushed after him, and Jack ran away laughing. "The bastard ran away," Arad growled, looking into the street. "He's a handful, but reliable." The bartender stared at Arad while wiping his glassware. "He has the skill if you need a rogue." Arad stared back at the bartender. "Then why he isn't with a party with those skills?" The bartender looked at his counter. "That's a long story, but in short, the leader took a dangerous quest and almost got everyone killed, so they disbanded." "I see," Arad sighed, walking back to his room where Ayla was waiting. "Did you catch him?" she asked. "Nah, he ran away." Arad sat on the ground. "My body still aches. The recoil of getting forced into his draconic form still hasn't faded. How do you feel? All my muscles are sore. Just moving them a bit is painful." Arad tried to stretch his arm. "Muscle soreness. Is it like the pain you get after training a lot?" She looked at him with a tilted head. "I don't know. Never trained before." "Giving you a massage will lessen the pain. Come lay on the bed," Ayla called him, but Arad hesitated. "I don't bite. Come on." She pulled him in. "I'm not opposing if it will help, but why are you doing this?" Arad asked. "You also had your shoulder dislocated. You must be in pain as well. I'm not unlike you. I had healing magic cast on me by a healer. Alcott paid for it," she replied, "and I'm your slave. This is my duty, is it not?" "Probably not," Arad mumbled. Chapter 24, Sleepyhead Fighters. Arad woke up in the morning feeling refreshed. He looked from his corner to the bed and stretched his arms. Sleeping in the corner wasn't that bad. He liked to sleep sitting on the bed. Ayla rolled like a cat. "Wake up. The sun is out." Arad stood and approached her, poking her face with his finger. "Just a few minutes, Mom." She rolled back, covering her face with the blanket. "I won't give you any more time." "She is talking with you." "No. She sleeps talking about her mother." I took the chance to comment. Arad grabbed the blanket and pulled it out. Ayla shivered from the cold, curling into a ball. "Wake up. You will warm up when you start moving." Arad shook her. Ayla turned around, sending a kick toward his face while half asleep. Arad easily grabbed her foot. "Come on." He pulled her from the bed. The moment Ayla hit the ground, she finally started to wake up. "Arad, good morning," she said, scratching her eye. "You sleep like a log," Arad sighed. "Sorry about that." "We elves usually don't sleep," Ayla said, trying to stand. "We meditate, but since I discovered sleep, it was my favorite part of the day. As a dragon, you sleep for half your waking time, and your upper limit is 16 years. Awake for 16 hours, sleep for 8 hours. Awake for 16 years, sleep for 8 years. This is how dragons hibernate. You can choose how to live as your body can take it?" "Are you saying I can stay awake for 16 years, my whole wormling stage?" "Yes, I prefer to live as a human since I have nights. I can sleep then." Ayla stood, stretching her arms. Since she only wore thin clothing, her chest almost exploded. "What are you looking at?" she asked with a smug smile. "Don't stare too much at her chest. I know you like them since you are still a wormling." "Ah, nothing," Arad replied while still staring at her. "Would you mind strapping those milk bags down?" Ayla stared at him with a smile. Thud. She sent a kick toward his face, which he caught. "Idiot," she shouted at him. "Aren't you the idiot for not strapping them?" "Arad, I told you to stop." Ayla sighed. "Fine, sorry about that. Can you get out so I can fix myself?" Arad nodded, leaving the room. You could have pretended nothing happened and looked away. "We might end up camping outside with other members. I want her to start paying attention to herself, like Jack." "I will poke his eyes. He can find his mates on his own," Arad replied with a growl. "I also don't want to lose her in a midnight ambush. I see that you can think a few steps ahead, but please explain it to her." I understand. Arad walked down the wooden starts and looked around. The bartender, Leon, stood behind the counter as usual. Leon, is there a place I can wash my face in? Arad asked with a smile, and the bartender stared at him for a moment. Are you Sir Arad? He replied. My name is William. Leon is my twin brother. I take the day shift, and he takes the night shift. Twins. Ninevely. Nice to meet you, Arad replied with a smile. I didn't expect this. He giggled. To let you know, not many people know that we're two people. William smiled. It took Alcott 6 months to figure it out. William then pointed to the back. There is a water jug and a bowl there. You can wash your face there. He smiled, and Arad went to wash his face. Thank you. Don't worry about it. I will get breakfast ready for you. He then looked back. An elf girl should be with you. Is she awake? Yes. Then a few greens for the lady. William walked toward the kitchen and pulled some lettuce. Arad washed his face and looked toward the counter. I will go check on Aella. He walked back to the room. Knock. Knock, are you done changing? Arad called, but he got no reply. Aella? Aella? He called again. Seeing that Aella wasn't replying, Arad slowly opened the door and looked inside. He found her sleeping on the bed, topless. Did she fall asleep while changing? Arad glared at her. This girl. He closed the door and walked down. William, can I get a bowl of water? Arad asked, and William smiled. The lady wants to wash in the room? Of course, you can take the bowl and the jug. William handed Arad a jug of water, a bowl, and a small white towel. Thanks. Arad took them and walked back to the room. Aella was still asleep. Splash! He poured a bit of the water on her face, forcing her to wake up like a scared cat. Key, why, it's cold, she cried, rolling away. I told you to wake up and change. We have a quest with Alcott. Do you remember? Arad glared at her. Aella covered her chest with her hand. Sorry, you don't need to apologize. Here, wash your face and get ready. Arad handed her towel and bowl. Aella took them with one hand while staring at him. Are you going to sit here? Yes. He stared at her. I don't want to get back to sleep. Arad, give her a second chance. Let's leave. Arad sighed. Fine. I will see you downstairs. He walked out of the room. When Arad got to the counter, he saw Jack sitting there as well. Good morning, Chief, waving his hand. Call me. Arad sighed, sitting beside him. Say, Chief, I heard that a group of scholars is coming from the capital. Jack started eating his breakfast. Words in the street that they are looking for a dragon around here. Arad froze for a moment. Is that so? Yeah. It's an ancient green dragon that passed through this forest. Jack stared at Arad. You know that Alcott rushed to deal with a wyrmling yesterday? They think the wyrmling belongs to that dragon. Jack pulled out a letter and showed it to Arad. Look here, he pointed. They want the wyrmling to use as a negotiation tool with the dragon. As Arad looked at the letter, he saw the church's seal at the bottom, which Jack quickly covered. I think you hid something important. Where did you get this? Arad glared at Jack, and the man smiled. I didn't steal it from the church, Jack replied. A certain paladin happened to drop it. This man? But we at least have a warning. Let's lay low until they leave. When will they arrive? I say 2 to 3 days. Want something from them? Jack smiled. Why would you bring me this information? Arad asked with a glare. Trying to prove my worth, Jack patted Arad on the back. This still hasn't hit the street, he laughed. See? You can rely on me to gather information, even the most obscure ones. We might need him if he's this skilled. But keep your guard. Thanks for the info, Arad continued eating. It was then that Aella walked down, yawning. Arad looked at her. Good morning, she said with a wry smile. Come eat. We have to meet Alcott. Do you remember that? Arad called her. After finishing breakfast, the three of them walked out of the tavern. Cold, Aella shivered, blowing on her hands. You don't take the cold that well? Jack asked with a smile. I hate mornings, especially waking just after dawn like this, she replied. You have to get used to it, Arad said, and Jack nodded. This is the life of adventurers after walking a bit. Jack looked at Arad. Are you a monk? I saw you bust that paladin's sword. You know I'm a sorcerer, Arad replied. It's hard to believe. The woman used smite, you know. Jack swung his hand down. One hit like that, and most would die. You caught it and broke her sword. I have a red dragon bloodline. Don't underestimate the toughness of my scales. Arad glared at him. My flames are strong as well. Even so, it is hard for me to believe it, Jack smiled. You're on your way to S rank, I can feel it. Is that why you're sticking with us? Arad glared at him. Isn't it obvious? Alice stared into the distance. Isn't that Alcott and Ginger? She shouted. Calm a bit. Most people are still asleep. Arad stopped her. If I'm not asleep, they shouldn't, she replied with an angry face. This girl, Arad. Is that you? Alcott shouted. Bam. Ginger punched him in the side. Be quiet. Most people are sleeping. She glared at him. Alcott scratched his head. I also want to be asleep, he replied, and she caught his ear. You're the one who suggested this time. Sorry, I know it's the best time to shop for weapons, but I just don't like waking this early. He sighed. Chapter 25, bonus to the blacksmith Delmere. Who's the new guy? Alcott asked. Arad looked back at Jack and then at Alcott. Jack, a rogue. He won to join the party. We want your advice, Ayla said with a smile. Alcott scratched his head. I don't have a say in this matter. It's all about if you can trust him. Ginger stared at Jack. I don't trust him. Rogues are both powerful allies and dangerous backstabbers. With a single glare from her, Jack took a step back, sweating. What are you? He gasped. Nothing, just a wizard. Her eyes flashed as she pointed a small wand toward Jack. Want me to blast you with a fireball? Enough. Alcott grabbed her hand and looked at Arad. You let him join the party, but don't trust him too much. Arad nodded. Don't show your nature to Jack. Keep it a secret. I know. Arad then opened his pocket and handed the letter to Alcott. Read this. Jack brought it this morning. Alcott grabbed the letter and started reading, and Ginger looked from the side. I see. This news is troubling, Alcott nodded. You can trust Jack a bit more, he said. Why? Arad asked with a confused face. Ginger stared at Arad with a worried face. Being chased by the church is one thing, but stealing this letter and showing it to Alcott can lead him to be sentenced to prison or even enslaved. It's like telling an advisor that the king has been taking bribes. Who said the advisor isn't the one bribing him? Alcott stared at Jack. You're lucky I'm not with them in this, because if I was, you would be dead by now. Alcott growled. This is a rogue's job. Jack flung his hands. What do you say? I will deal with them when they arrive. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. Alcott tucked the letter in his pocket. I will keep this with me. Are you sure? Ayla asked. Ginger stared at her. This letter is classified information from the Central Church and the Kingdom. You don't want to keep such a thing, she sighed. I see. Tell us if something happened, Arad said. As I said, I will deal with it. For now, let's head to the blacksmith. Alcott smiled. You can't just go to battle with that stick. What's the problem with it? It's decent. Arad looked at his staff. It wasn't the best in the world. Ginger stared at him with a smile. You can't challenge metal weapons with a wooden staff. It's too thick to be sliced that easily. Arad looked at his staff. It's thick, Ayla said, staring at him. For the average person, that is. Any decent fighter will find it easy. Alcott replied, That thing is no better than a starting tool. Ginger approached Arad, showing him the short sword on her waist and the dagger she kept strapped on the hilt. Even if we mages carry weapons like this, you can never be sure when you will get rushed after that. They all headed toward the blacksmith, but he was still locked. Should we return later? Arad asked. No, this man should be awake inside, Alcott replied, pushing the door. It's tightly locked, he said. Open up. Alcott sighed and looked at Jack. Can you open this? Jack smiled. Is the door locked? He approached it. and poked a small metal rod in it. Click on 1, click on 3, and nothing on 4. Jack smiled. And we're in. He pushed the door open. Are you going to break in like this? Arad sighed. Ginger looked at him. Alcott usually kicks the door open. Luckily, he could enter with less damage this time. She smiled. Alcott walked in first and then turned. Come inside. You can enter. He looked toward Ginger, who walked in behind him and then did the rest. Vampires shouldn't be able to enter houses without permission. But remember, that only work for the families that believe in God. Someone has to protect you. That makes sense. You bastard, can't you wait a bit for me to wake up? A short man walked downstairs. A dwarf like you sleeping this long, Alcott replied. The man snorted. You're right. I sleep a lot. He grabbed his hammer. There's a reason I left those drunkards. He sighed and started to light the forge. This might take a while, he said. Arad walked toward him. Can I help with fire magic? The dwarf stared at Arad, scanning him from head to toe. And who are you, Beansprout? Noting how thin Arad looked compared to Alcott behind him. I don't want to hear that from a talking barrel. Arad glared at the dwarf. The dwarf burst laughing. I like you. My name is Delmir Morahammer, a dwarven blacksmith. Delmir extended his hand to Arad Orion, a fire sorcerer. He shaked Delmir's hand with a smile. Delmir started tightening his grip. Arad did the same while glaring at him. I see you have a bit of strength in you. You can handle a long sword or a great sword with adequate training. Delmir said, pulling his hand out. Alcott approached him. What do you suggest? Delmir combed his long beard while thinking. A standard longsword will do the trick, but a Zweihander will do the trick for great swords. It all depends on how Arad intends to fight. Delmir looked toward Arad. But he's a sorcerer. Can you teach him sword work? Isn't he better with a simple dagger? Alcott laughed. You saw his strength. He can handle a bigger weapon. I would like to take the great sword. Bigger is always better, right? Arad walked toward the weapon rack. Size doesn't matter, Aela replied, swinging her fist. Speed is what matters. She is right. 3 stabs with a kitchen knife are better than 1 swing from a big, long sword, Ginger added, swinging her dagger at an extreme speed. Alcott stared at them. No, he grabbed a Zweihander. Crack! Clap! Alcott swung the sword at a blinding speed, causing a boom that shook the whole shop. Only big swords can sever a dragon's neck, Alcott said with a smile. Crack! The sword crumbled in his hand, and Delmir sighed. That sword is for normal people. Don't swing my blades like that. Sorry, I will pay for it. Alcott laughed and Ginger sighed. Jack looked at Arad. In the end, the choice is yours, Chief. Delmir smiled. He's right. Pick what suits you the best. Mom, what weapon do you think is the best? All of them your mother never focused on one weapon. But if I suggest the longsword is a good middle ground. I will take the longsword. It's not too big or too small. When I get stronger, I will switch to bigger swords, Arad said, grabbing a longsword and swinging it. Yes, this feels nice, he said. Alcott stared at him with a smile. You say that, but you swung that thing like a stick. No edge alignment or technique. Delmir took the swords from Arad's hand. I will finish tying the handle then. Can you light my forge? Of course, Arad replied, sticking his hand inside the forge. Fire Fist, after a few moments, the forge was all red, and Delmir went to work. Chose some for the ladies if you want. I have some cooking utensils around. Delmir smiled, glaring at Aela and Ginger. Ginger pointed her wand at him. Crackle. She zapped him with a lightning bolt. Want more? She glared at him. Nah, thank you. Delmir growled, barely standing up. Hey, Alcott, can you hold your wife? Alcott grabbed a great axe from the side and smiled. I wonder what sound this will make. He stared at Delmir. Sorry, I won't stick my nose again. Let the girls pick what they want. Delmir sighed, scratching his burned hair. I have some nice bows for the elf lady, and for your wife there is a new dagger that I got. He pointed toward the bows and then at his counter. You can find the dagger below the counter. Aella went to check the bows, while Alcott stared underneath the counter and pulled the dagger. Ginger approached him to have a look and smiled. This one is nice. How much is it? 50 platinum coins, including the discount, Delmere said nonchalantly. That's 5,000 gold coins, Arad, struggling to collect silver coins, found that number too high. How much will you give me for this one? Ginger pulled her dagger out and threw it at Delmere. After a short glance, I sold this one 2 years ago, didn't I? He combed his beard. I will give you 40 platinum coins, the same price I sold it to you at. Fair enough. I will give you another 10 platinum coins. We will be taking the dagger. Alcott smiled, pulling a pouch from his side. 1, 2, 3, here, 10 platinum coins. He threw the pouch toward Delmere, who caught it. You have a deal. Take care of that one. Chapter 26. The Dragon's New Sword. Arad stared at the dagger. Is it worth all of that? He couldn't believe such a thing was worth all of that money. Ginger smiled, swinging the dagger at an incredible speed. Swash, swash. It's worth more than you expect. This thing is amazing. Can I give it a look? Arad asked, and Ginger sheathed the dagger. No, this thing is dangerous to hold, and I already attuned to it. Ella looked at her. At least tell us what the dagger's abilities are. It's an S-rank magic weapon and causes bleeds to start. This effect is all I will tell you, Ginger smiled, and Alcott laughed. The weapon is her secret weapon now. She won't reveal it. Forget about the dagger. Pick your weapons, Delmere said, handing the longsword to Arad. Arad took the sword and swung it around. It doesn't feel different. I fixed the weld between the blade and the handle. Delmere replied, I need to make stolen weapons worth nothing. Is that how you make swords? Arad looked at the pile of swords around him. Yeah, it's a dwarven method. Humans usually make the blade go all the way inside the hilt. That's bad. Delmere grabbed one of the swords because I won't be able to enchant the swords that way. Delmere showed a longsword to Arad directly on the crossguard. A large blue crystal sparkled. As you can see, I already enchanted this sword for a customer. There were 2 methods of enchanting a weapon, the magic crystal or the magic salt brining. The magic crystal allows the blacksmith to enchant the weapon with spells, while the magic salt brining gives him the ability to change the properties of the metal. Your weapon is made with the magic salt brining. It should retain its edge for longer. Delmere pulled a small blue orb and placed it on the blade's edge. See, those are its stats. Item rank E stats deal 1/8 slashing damage strength modifier, can be wielded with 2 hands, and deal 312 slashing damage plus strength modifier. Special abilities. Magically hardened, the blade retains its edge for twice as long as regular swords as Arthur. The modifier is half your stat. You can count your damage on your own, Alcott explained. I have 13 strengths, so my modifier is 6.5. It's safer to assume your damage to be 6. That way, you won't be surprised by a monster staying alive. The ideal 114 slashing damage with 1 hand and 318 with 2 hands. How much is this sword? 15 silver coins. I didn't count the magical enchantment. Alcott smiled. We'll take it. Delmere stared at him. You're paying for the young man? Fine, 30 silver coins. He opened his palm. You skimpy dwarf. You just said it's 15 silver coins. Alcott screamed. The discount is for the young man, not you, Delmere replied. But just give me 15 silver coins. As Alcott was paying Delmere, Alice said, There isn't a single good bow around here. Delmere stared at her. Of course, I'm a blacksmith, not a carpenter, he sighed. I make metal weapons. Those bows I bought to resell. Ginger smiled. You can't deceive the eye of an elf. Alcott glared at his pouch. Does any of you need a new weapon or armor? I'm fine, but I will take a few lockpicks and spikes if he had. Jack smiled, staring at a small bucket full of junk. I will take a small dagger. Aella grabbed one of the daggers on the counter. Alcott looked around. Do you have one of those one-handed crossbows with automatic reloading? Delmere stopped for a moment. I have one, but it's a bit pricey. 10 gold coins. How much can it hold? 10 bolts, and then you have to refill it again. Delmire walked to the back and brought it 200-kilogram draw weight, this tiny beauty pack, a heavy punch. Alcott looked at the crossbow. How do I use it? Strap to your forearm and load it up with 10 bolts. It will fire whenever you want it due to a magical enchantment, Delmire explained and helped Alcott equip it. After paying Delmire and making sure all the weapons are working as intended, Alcott finally disclosed the quest details. As you know, our bath work off a hot spring. Alcott smiled. Well, that is a lie, Arad. Ayla and Jack froze. What do you mean? We only have a regular cold spring. Alcott smiled. To heat the water, I threw a few salamanders into the cave system below. You did what? Jack stepped forward. How did you even get the salamander past the guards? I did have a skilled rogue at the time, Ginger spoke. Those salamanders are living in the cave and multiplying rapidly. We need to trip them down each year, she smiled. Let's just hope they didn't give birth to a queen. I just heard something important. What did you mean by a queen? Like ants, rarely a queen is born to the salamanders. She is massive and dangerous. People call them false dragons, Ginger explained. Alcott stepped. Don't worry. I killed one last year. It's unlikely for another to have been born, he explained. But in case, I want you to run away. Salamanders are fire lizards. They look like a crocodile set on flames. Aren't they fire monsters? Do you expect my magic to be useful? Arad asked, looking at his staff. Ginger stared at him. It is common for a sorcerer to face disadvantageous situations. You will have to think of a way to survive this encounter. Arad looked at his new sword. And this is why you bought me this long sword. Want me to fight at close range? You should be fine against the salamander's flame, Alcott smiled. This man, be careful in the quest. Should we head to the guild first? Arad looked toward Ayla, who was staring in the distance. No need for that. Let's head straight for the caves, Alcott replied, shifting his backpack. I have all we need. The 5 of them headed back toward the bath. Is the cave entrance in the bath? Jack asked, looking at the bathhouse. The entrance is inside the well in the backyard, Alcott replied as they walked inside. Standing before the well, Arad looked around and saw the old withered rope hanging from a pillar nearby. Don't tell me we're using that thing, Ginger smiled. Worry not. The rope can handle even the heavy Alcott. Arad doubted that. Do you have another one? No, Alcott replied immediately as he went to grab the rope. Ella curled behind Arad with a scared face. I'm with Arad. That thing doesn't look safe. Jack followed Alcott and looked at the rope. You don't have to worry, this rope can hold out. He smiled. This thing is made from troll's hair and is far stronger than any mundane rope. He's right. Ginger took the rope from his hand. This is probably worth more than most adventurers can earn in a week. Trolls are strong monsters. Gathering enough of their hair is a tall endeavor. Jack explained. You won't find anyone crazy enough to waste such resources on a rope? Then why do those 2 have it? Arad sighed, holding his face while looking at the ground. Alcott approached him and whispered, I needed some solid rope to tie Ginger when I first caught her. She almost tore that thing apart, he smiled. But she is stronger now. She could snap it easily. Is his wife some S-rank monstrous vampire? I bet she kill us all except for Alcott. Let's make sure to never get on her bad side. Alcott dropped the rope into the well and leapt first, landing at the bottom with a splash. Cold, he screamed. But I got it. I opened the door, he sighed. You can jump one at a time. Ginger leapt behind him without using the rope. She gracefully glided on the wall to the bottom of the well. Bury me in the western graveyard if I died, Jack smiled, gliding down on the rope. I will just throw your corpse in the forest, Arad yelled behind him. Arad, I'm scared to jump. Ayla looked down with her hands shaking. Stop playing around and jump. Arad sighed. I will leave you here if you don't. Ayla hesitated. She couldn't look down at the endless darkness of the well. Fine, I will carry you on my back. Is that fine with you? Arad sighed, wanting to get into the quest as quickly as possible. Aella smiled. Are you sure? I'm sure. Just hop up. Arad sighed, turning around and giving her his back. Ella climbed up, holding with her arms around his neck. Arad extended his hands and grabbed her butt, pushing her a bit up. Hey, where do you think you're touching? Ella cried, your butt. I need you to get up so you won't fall. He stared back at her. Do you have a problem? No, with that, but she gasped. No butts, just butts. He pushed her even higher. Tie your legs around my waist tightly. Also, don't squiz my neck so tightly. Ayla did as he said. Fine, it's better than falling. Be grateful you're not holding from the front, Arad growled, approaching the well, chapter 27, into the cave. Arad landed at the bottom of the well water, reaching his knees. Can you get down? He looked back at Ayla clinging to his back. Of course, Ayla hopped into the water. Cold, she cried. Don't like cold water? Arad stared at her with a smile. Who likes swimming in cold water? She stared at him. You're going to be a pain to keep. No wonder they wanted to let you go easily, Arad sighed, remembering how the slave market let go of Ayla. I'm not that useless. She stared at him with a sharp glare. I never said you're useless, but prove it to me by killing some monsters that we adventurers do, right? Arad stared at her and then turned around to follow Alcott and the rest. Aw, W! Jack hit his head on a stalagmite, bruising his forehead. Can I light a torch? He said, looking into his bag. Don't, you will get us all killed, Alcott said, looking back. Salamanders sometimes can control flames. Your torch will explode into a fireball. Jack sighed, pushing the torch back into his backpack. So, how do we see? Alcott stared at him. We don't, he said, and then started clicking. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. What are you doing? Jack stared at the S-rank adventurer making weird noises, using sound to understand my surrounding. Alcott replied. No way. Echolocation? Humans can't do that. Ayala stared at him. Even we elves find it hard to learn, Alcott stared back at her, if getting trapped underground after a cave collapse for a month, eating slugs and drinking your piss to avoid drinking the poisonous sulfuric water doesn't teach you how to do it. I don't know what will. You got stuck underground? Alcott stared at him with a puzzled face. Yeah, we were chasing a stone worm in a mountain range. Nobody told us the area would have an earthquake a few hours after we ventured down. Ella looked at him. You weren't alone? Yeah, David instantly died when we fell after the cave collapse. He was a fearless warrior. Arad looked back at Ayala. Lisa, our elf wizard, died after drinking the poisonous sulfuric water. She didn't take kindly the idea of sipping on her piss. Alcott growled, I should have forced her to drink it. Alice, our cleric, died to monsters. She was too exhausted to run away. He sighed. I didn't have enough strength to pull her out. You seem to be blaming yourself a lot about them. You did nothing wrong. Arad stared at him. Alcott smiled. That's what I like to tell myself, but the truth is that I'm the only one who survived. Ginger stared back at them. One last detail. She smiled. From what I heard, this idiot dragged their corpses with him till he reached the surface, dragged them out. Jack gasped. Do you know how much 3 people weigh? Ginger stared at him with a smile. Tell that to Sir Alcott here. He doesn't understand what that word means. You've been through a lot, Arad said from the back. I've spent over 30 years in this job. After all, Alcott laughed. 30 years? How old are you? Ayala stared at him with a surprised face. He looked no older than 30 years. The stronger you get, the longer your lifespan will be. Alcott looked back. I might look young, but I'm in my late 40s. I started adventuring when I was 11 when the guild had no rules about it. Ginger turned. I heard he joined a party of 2 wizards that didn't end well for him. Alcott stared at her. Don't even remind me. Who knew those 2 women were witches? I was elven, and they wanted to milk me to create ghouls, he cried. What did you do? Ayala asked. Of course, I killed them in their sleep. then sold their heads for a bounty and got myself nice armor and weapons. Alcott smiled. "Oh," Jack hit his face again. "How are you not hitting anything?" he asked. "I'm an elf. I can see even with a small amount of light, and I also have excellent hearing. I'm avoiding the sound of dripping water," Aella replied. Ginger looked back. "I have experience. Vampires can see in complete darkness." "I bet she sees as good as we see in the sunlight." "I'm seeing as well." Known Aella's hand. Arad replied, immediately grabbing Aella's hand. "Can I hold her hand as well?" Jack asked, trying to look at them. "Here." When Jack grabbed the hand, "This feels a bit rough to be a girl's hand." "This palm is yours, Arad," Jack laughed. "You can't deceive me." "What are you saying?" Aella said, clenching her fist. Jack cried. "You will break my hand. Sorry," Arad laughed. "Aella might look sweet, but she is a fighter. Be careful when dealing with her." Alcott approached them. "Come here, Jack. I need you to scout ahead." He grabbed him by the hand and pulled him away. "But I can't see," Jack cried. "Then try learning. You're a skilled rogue, aren't you?" Alcott stared at him. "A rogue that can't work in the dark is a bit problematic," Ginger stated with a smile after the short walk they reached the first split course. "Which way do we go?" Arad asked. Alcott looked around. "The left one," he said. "That will lead us toward the Salamander Cavern in a relatively safe route," he explained. "Relatively safe?" Arad glared at him. "Of course. We'll face some monster, hard and small cracks to walk through as well," Alcott replied, and he then spotted Aella. "The cracks might be a problem," Alcott said with a stressed face. Arad and Ginger looked toward Aella. "He might be right," Ginger added. "What?" Aella asked. "I can cut my load if needed. My bag isn't that big," Arad sighed. "It's not about your bag, it's about your chest. It might not be able to follow us." He scratched his head. Aella stared at him for a moment. She wanted to get angry, but then immediately calmed down. "Alcott has a bigger chest than mine." "How can he fit?" she asked the real question, and Ginger stared at Alcott, scratching her chin. "She is right." Ginger touched his chest. "Your chest is far larger than hers." Alcott smiled, puffing his chest even more. "You need large lungs and strong chest muscles to be a decent fighter." Bam! He smacked his chest. Arad looked at Aella. "But you are a fighter as well. I specialized as an archer." "We use a different muscle group," she replied, pulling her bow out. "You will find a lot of different fighters depending on their fighting styles." Aella smiled. "We're one of the most versatile classes, as we can wield all weapons." Alcott informs them, "If we used bows, we're rangers, but without the tracking skill. If we used daggers, we're assassin rogues. We can even be mistaken for monks when we hold quarterstaffs." Chapter 28. The Dragon's First Team Fight. After walking for a bit, Alcott stopped lifting his hand. A monster is ahead. Everyone takes an arrow formation. "What's an arrow formation?" Arad asked, lifting his staff. Ginger stared at them, Alcott in the front, me and Arad on the same footing behind him, and then Aella followed by Jack. Like this equals Alcott, Ginger, and Arad. Aella, Jack. Alcott looked back. "I could clear it alone, but Ginger and I will pretend to be weaker to allow you some space." He smiled. The fight started silently. Alcott approached the corner slowly and peeked around. A massive, frog-like monster sat there, staring into the cave's depth. Alcott grabbed a stone from the ground and looked back at Ginger. Ginger nodded with a smile. Arad looked at her, confused. What did he mean? Alcott threw the stone toward the monster, drawing its attention. When the monster turned, Aella pulled her bow and fired 3 arrows. The first arrow hit the monster's right eye, the second in the left eye, and the last in the mouth. Alcott smiled. Ginger lifted her wand and poked Arad. Now, Firebolt both fired immediately at the frog, flashing a bright crimson light to the cave. Ka'adon, Ka'adon. As the fire burned the frog's skin, Alcott charged at an incredible speed, stabbing his giant sword onto the monster's guts. "Jack," Alcott yelled. "Don't have to tell me. Jack fell from the ceiling, stabbing the frog in the head. Die, thank you. My ass is all slimy now. Jack twisted his dagger while sitting on the frog's slimy, non-existing neck. Nicely done. Alcott smiled, pulling his blade from the monster's chest. Crack! The frog fell to the ground with a loud crack, and Jack leaped away, shaking the blood from his dagger. Alcott stared back at Ayala. Those were some nice shots, even though it's dark. Ayala walked toward the frog to retrieve her arrows. I'm an elf with night vision and a fighter on top of that. She smiled, grabbing one of her arrows. At that moment, a tongue jerked from the dark, approaching her in the blink of an eye. Thud. Alcott stepped forward, catching the tongue with his hand. Monsters, you have some guts today. Bam! With a stop. He swung his arm, pulling the cow-sized frog toward him at an incredible speed. Alcott swung his greatsword with his other hand, cutting the frog in half from head to groin. Clang. As everyone stared in shock, blood splattered across the cave as Alcott exhaled. Thud. Ginger chopped Alcott's head. Idiot, you hit the ceiling. What if the cave collapsed? She glared at him. Alcott stared at the ceiling. He could see nothing. Sorry, I might have miscalculated the distance. He scratched his head with a puzzled face. Sir Alcott. What was that? Jack gasped, staring around and trying to touch the frog's corpse. Great weapon fighting, wrath stance. But that was a botched one-handed variant. Alcott looked at his greatsword. I should have used 2 hands. I'm sure that isn't what he meant. Arad sighed. What level are you? Alcott looked back at them. Level 20. I'm a maxed fighter. He scratched his head. But that doesn't mean I can do everything a fight should be able to do, he smiled. He's bad with horses, so he can't be a knight. Ginger stared at Arad. But he's good at riding camels and donkeys. Camels? Desert horses are big and have a mean personality. Ginger looked at the monster's corpse. Let's proceed. The noise is bound to track more monsters. All of them walked away, heading deeper into the cave. As they walked, Ginger stared at Arad. That was some quick casting. You matched my speed. She smiled, her fangs almost showing. You impressive, Jack commented. To think you will match Ginger in spell casting? Arad smiled bitterly. That isn't even a human. She is a vampire, Arad thought, and Mom agreed. Matching a vampire can never be a good thing. Let's hope she doesn't start seeing us as a threat. Alcott is keeping her in check, right? Arad thought, trying to make himself feel better. Vampire thralls look like ordinary people. Alcott could be already controlled. Don't drop your guard around her. Not knowing the extent of Ginger's power has started to worry Arad. The mere idea of her manipulating Alcott, the monstrous adventurer, is horrifying. What are you thinking about? She looked Arad in the eyes. A faint red flare gleamed in her eyes. She sighed, can't see a thing. You're an empty shell. Arad stared at her, confused, and Jack was the one to ask, what do you mean? I can't read his mind with magic, as if he has a mind-blank spell active, or like a monk who attained enlightenment. She lifted her hands, her shoulders dropping. Chief, do you know the mind-blank spell? Are you a trained monk? Jack asked with glowing eyes and a wide smile. Arad shook his head. No, I'm but a sorcerer. She didn't try hard enough. You are a void dragon. Your inner mind is an infinite void. Reading it will be a tall order for most people. Mom said, her voice slowly shifting, and those who can, they shall face me first. Ping. Something clicked inside Arad's head, and Mom's presence inside his stomach intensified for a moment. What do you mean? I'm the last line of defense to protect your mind. I will erase anyone trying to peek into it, and I shall leave them disabled if not insane. You're amazing. I mean, I'm a fragment of the consciousness of the great worm void dragon. But I can also guide people in your head if you need help. How will that help if you lost your mind, became too angry, or clouded with hatred? I can always get people inside your mind to pull out. Jack, how did you get the frog? Alcott suddenly asked, looking back at Jack. When they cast their spells, I saw the cave's layout for a moment. That was enough for me to move, Jack replied. And what if the monster moved? Alcott asked, waving his hand. Unless they are entirely silent, I can guess which direction they move just by sound. Jack smiled. But I don't have your skill to tell much details, he sighed. Will you teach me? Alcott's eyes sparkled. You will learn? He turned around, excited. Yeah, but calm down a bit. You're intimidating with your massive size. Jack lifted his hands. Very well. Start clicking like me and listen carefully, Alcott said, looking ahead. Listen to what exactly? Jack stared at him with a puzzled face. The returning echoes of your voice. Use the time it took to return to calculate the distance, Alcott explained. And how do I calculate it exactly? With your guts, error, and trial. Just start practicing and you will understand it. Alcott stopped walking and lifted his hands. Everyone stop and don't make a noise. Everyone stopped in their track. Now, Jack, try it, Alcott said with a smile. What are you doing? Arad asked. One of the reasons why joining your party is beneficial. Jack smiled, trying his best to milk Alcott for knowledge and skills. Chapter 29, separating. Is it me, or is it getting hotter? Jack asked, looking around him. It is getting hotter, but we're still far from the salamanders area. Alcott stared around, touching the ground and finding it was hot. Ginger closed her eyes, trying to sense the air around her. This is strange. I can feel their mana from here. She scratched her head. Their numbers must have increased a lot. Alcott turned his head. This might be a bit dangerous. Should we split up? He suggested. Arad stared at him, confused. You just said it's dangerous. Ginger and I will take the lead. Clear any monsters ahead and leave some for you to clean. Alcott explained. It will be safer for you, but more dangerous for us. But considering I intended to clear the place alone to pass the time in an afternoon, this place doesn't pose that much danger. Alcott shrugs his shoulder. The power difference is too significant. I understand, but leave some for us, Arad replied, naturally taking the leader position. Ginger smiled. I see you already have a formation. Can you fight at close range? She looked at Arad. I'm a sorcerer, but I can, he sighed. Aren't you expecting too much from someone who swings a sword like a stick? Ginger smiled. Don't underestimate the power of the mighty stick. I've seen hundreds of people get beaten to death with them. They are far more dangerous than swords. A stick to the chest can kill a vampire. That is what she is talking about, probably. Aren't you scared of them a bit too much? Arad said, staring at her, and Alcott burst laughing. Didn't you misunderstand something? She is talking about beating humans with a stick. Alcott explained briefly. Sticks are ordinary and can't be restricted, as you can always claim they are a walking stick for your hurting knees or back. On top of that, bludgeoning damage or concussive damage is the hardest to counter. A good helmet can stop slashes and thrusts quickly and deflect them, but a good whack to the head from a stick can still kill the knight or knock him out. But please learn how to swing a sword, Alcott said, tilting his head. If you wanted a stick, you could get a club like a barbarian. A barbarian? I heard Nina is a barbarian. What weapon she used? The Griact's E she keeps hanging on the wall behind her. The Griact's E she keeps hanging on the wall behind her. Alcott and Mom spoke at the same time, sighing the same sentence, which scared Arad for a moment. Ginger looked at Arad, crossing her eyebrows. Do you know just how crazy that woman is? She went on. That thing is a monster. I won't even call her a human. Alcott stared at her. Aren't you being a bit harsh on Nina? You know she is amazing, right? I mean that as a compliment. Ginger gave him an empty look. A vampire is calling a human a monster? What did she do? Just how strong is Nina? Arad asked, and Jack approached to listen. Alcott scratched his chin. I think she might be stronger than me. He shook his head. No, she is stronger than me, he assured himself. Stronger than you, and she is just working as a receptionist, Jack said, with an open mouth. This is public knowledge about her. Alcott scratched his chin. She is solid, powerful, and fast, and on top of everything, she has a mind-boggling regenerative ability. Ginger sighed. She and Alcott fought a few years ago. In that fight, Alcott delivered a full-force greatsword swing at Nina's bare neck. She survived that and smacked him to the ground with her axe. Yeah, I'd throw a cactus before facing her again, Alcott stated with a passive face. Let's forget about her and proceed, he added, unsheathing his sword. As you say, be careful. Ginger stared back at Arad. Make sure to protect them, she smiled. With that, they separated. Alcott and Ginger took the lead while Arad, Jack, and Ayla followed behind them. For a while, that seemed fine. A single frog attacked the party, which they quickly killed with a combined attack. Ayla blinded the monster with her arrow, Arad burned it, and Jack finished it with a stab. We're doing good, isn't that right, Chief? Jack said with a significant smile, staring at Arad. Is he trying to cause something to happen by saying that? If our lux ends here, I will make sure to make you regret it. Arad stared at Jack, joking. Jack waved his hand. It isn't that bad, Chief. We will be fine. As Jack said that, the ground started shaking. What is this? Ayala asked while putting her ear to the wall, trying to understand what was happening. It isn't my fault, Chief, Jack cried. I know. Just stay close to me. They all grouped, putting their backs on each other. Arad, what should we do? Ayala asked. I heard cracking in the distance. I think it might be Alcott and Ginger fighting a big monster. Hold tight and don't let your guard down, Arad told them while keeping his staff ready. You will be fine even if the cave collapses. You can always dig out. I'm not leaving without them. I mean that even if you all got trapped, you could dig out. It would be best to focus on not getting injured during the collapse, Mom explained. Oh, that's what you meant. As the ground stopped shaking, everyone felt something. Can you hear me? Everyone froze for a moment. The voice rang inside everyone's heads. Who is there? Jack glared around. Ella looked shocked for a moment. Ginger? She gasped. Can you hear us? What happened? The cave suddenly collapsed on us. Alcott and I are trapped underground. It might take us a few hours to get out. What are you talking about? Arad yelled. Did you fight a monster? Leave the cave immediately. We will finish the quest when we get out. The place is dangerous inside. Ginger! Ginger! Arad shouted. This is a one-way spell. She can't hear you, Mom replied. Damn it, should we leave? Arad looked at the other two. I say we get back. Take another quest for the day, Ayala suggested. I'm with her. Let's play it safe for the time being. I also don't want to anger either of those two, Jack added, shaking his shoulder. Arad remembered how Alcott dispatched the bandits and that he was a dragon slayer. He also imagined Ginger chasing him to suck his blood. You're right. Let's take a toad-killing quest and be done for the day? They started walking back, following their trail while chatting. Will they be fine? Ayala asked. You're worrying about them a lot, Arad stared at her. They can handle it, he smiled. He's right. Jack nodded with a confident smile. They will be back soon. But I'm more interested in another topic. Am I a member now? He asked with a cheeky smile. Arad stared at Alla. She smiled, and he then looked back at Jack. You're in, but there is a single rule. Jack smiled. Hands off the chief's girl, I know that. Hey, Alla glared at him. Alla stared at him with a worried face. Aren't we taking a bit too long? She stopped, looking around. She is right. We should have reached the well a while ago. Jack stopped, looking around. I can't see shit. He still can't see in the dark. Otherwise, he would have tracked their path. That can't be. There is a single path that we follow. We can't be lost. Arad scratched his head. Mom, what do you think? I don't have sense other than you. If you can't feel the difference, I can't. We might have been walking a bit more slowly than usual. Let's keep going for a bit. Let's keep going for a while. I bet we were slow, Arad suggested while taking the lead. The two followed him, but the air got hotter. Arad, it's getting hotter and I don't feel right. Ayala shook her ears, saying, I have a bad feeling about this. Me too, Chief. I wouldn't say I like this, Jack said with a worried voice, trying to look around. Be careful, as they walked. The heat kept increasing, and they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Is that the well? Jack asked. Ella strained her eyes, looking far ahead. No, the light is a bit red. It's not sunlight. Arid pulled his sword into his right hand and held the staff in his left hand. I will take the front. You two follow behind me and stay alert. The three of them approached the light with careful steps, making sure to make as little noise as possible. Arid then stopped, having seen what lay behind the light. Big lizards on fire. Are those the salamanders? They are salamanders. Did we walk the other way around? Aella gasped. No, we walked past the frog's blood. We certainly took the correct route, Jack said, pulling a dagger. Mounting those things will be painful. He can't leap on their back as he did to the frog. His rear end will get scorched. As I said, stay behind me. Arad said with a confident face. I will distract them while Aella arrows them from the back. And what will I do? Jack asked. I don't know. Make sure we won't get attacked by surprise. Watch my back, Arad replied, and Jack smiled. You can count on me, Chief, even if my ass burned to ash. Let's go, Arad said, crawling on all four. What are you doing? Jack asked from behind him. Keeping low, we might become harder to spot. In that way, they approached the salamanders and hid just behind a stone. Arad slightly peeked his head to take a look. 1, 2, 3, a lot of them. Arad's expression changed. Can we take all of those on? You alone in the draconic form should be able to win, but in the humanoid form it will be hard. Why? Salander are shorter. Your draconic form can face them better. It will also be hard to protect your identity in this fight, as your fire magic is useless against them. So only if I could use void magic or other elements would we win easily. That is hard to tell, especially since you need to be more experienced in fighting with your draconic form. I should have used another element besides the fire. Arad sighed and took a deep breath. I will charge you, support me, he whispered. If things got bad, run. He glared at Aella and Jack. I will never leave you back, Chief, Jack said with a proud smile. Aella understood that Arad wanted to fight in his dragon form, so she grabbed Jack. We run if things got bad. She glared at him. Yes, he replied. Bam! Arad stood in an instant, running toward the salamanders. Here, you bastards, he screamed, taking their attention. The monsters immediately looked at him, running like crazed lizards while growling flames. Aella stood immediately. Jack, I want you to retrieve my arrows. Bam, bam, bam. She fired 3 arrows, killing 1 salamander and blinding another one. Growl. The monster growled, and Jack rushed ahead. Arid turned around, leaping above the burning, jaw-clapping salamanders, and stabbed the blinded one. Got you! Jack pulled the arrows from the corpses. Bad news. It's slightly burned, he yelled. Bring them back. I will get a few extra shots from them, Aella shouted at him. At that moment, the salamanders turned toward her. All at the same time, screech. They growled, rushing at once. Why? Arad pointed his staff at them. Firebolt! Firebolt! Caden! 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 Had on as the flames exploded on them. The salamanders remained uncaring as they rushed toward Aella. Damn it, Arad growled, remembering they were immune to fire. Jack turned toward Aella, throwing a stone at the creature to try and distract them. What should I do? Use the void walk to teleport to her. I doubt Jack would notice that. Aella lifted her hand. I call these spirits of winds. Flashes of the dead elves crossed her mind, shaking her magic. I ask thee to form a wall of wind. You killed us. Your magic is cursed. The voices kept growling in her head. Crack. Her spell shattered. Not again. Focus, she cried, trying to build the magic again, biting her lip to stay focused. Crack. The spell failed again. Arad stepped forward, phasing toward Aella. In the blink of an eye, he stood between her and the salamanders, stabbing his sword inside the mouth of one of them. Bastards, Arad growled, glaring into a salamander's eye. Hands off. The purple glare of the infinite abyss in his eyes sunk deep into the salamander's eyes, taking the shape of death. The salamander ran away, but a whole horde remained. Aela pulled her bow. Sorry for the trouble. Bam, bam, bam! She fired 3 arrows, killing 2 salamanders and wounding one. Jack rushed in and stabbed one in the tail. Follow me, lizards, he shouted, trying to get the monster's attention. Don't use magic if you can't. Focus on what you can do now, Arad said, swinging his sword and staff around to scare the salamanders. I should be able to pick them up with an arrow. Please keep them away from me, Aela replied, and Arad nodded heard her. Jack, we're the bait. AGRW Ek. Arad screamed his lungs out. Their mission is to get the monster's attention. Firebolt, 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 kadong, 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 kadong. Arad waved his staff, flailing spells left and right like a crazed mage. Die, die. Chief gone wild. Me too, Jack smiled, pulling a second dagger. Hur ablea. On us, smoked crocs, he shouted, sitting on the ground to wet his rear end. And he then leapt on top of a salamander and started gouging his back. The 2 went crazy as Aela started picking the monsters one after the other. As the fight heated, the ground started shaking again. Is this another collapse? Jack shouted. Aela immediately fell flat, listening to the ground. Something big is coming, she yelled at the top of her lungs. As Arad started, the ground shattered, and a massive salamander emerged. It was at least 5 meters in height and flashed brightly with crimson flames. You've done my children dirty. The monster growled in a language that only Arad understood. He speaks Draconic. Be wary, Bednovel.